by myself, trying to figure ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know.
When no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes, the life of dreams.
Standing in the cold, cold rain, I don't even feel the pain. Anything to step away, I know we could both do better. Wish you would've left me here, now I'm just controlled by fear. What's the point in our reflection, if you never look in the mirror? Counting the days until you're gone, waiting for us to carry on. Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything, you took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause it's not enough. Setting fire to my brain, wondering how I'm to blame. You're the one who doesn't dream, so why are you always sleeping? I remember when you said you're afraid of what's ahead. What happened to ride or die? I asked and you just start crying. How are you acting so surprised? Haven't you seen it in my eyes? Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything, you took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause I'm not enough. Maybe it's not enough, baby. I don't wanna lose you after all that we've been through. If you could change my mind, I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me. I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me. I would do it in a heartbeat. That's if you really love me.
Look at all you've gone through, all the crazy and the bittersweet too. All the while your heart's on fire, keeping off to your own desire. Look at all you've endured, heartaches that have crushed your worth. All the while your mind's at war, you keep coming back for more. Why do you keep coming back for more? 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 Why do you keep coming back for more?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the SquadBlast Clash for Cash tournament. It is the finals day here in Goexanimo Studios. The players are getting ready in the gaming room. My name's Renars. Alongside with me is Harry. Harry, it's the finals day. It's been an incredible event already last week with the qualifying round. What do you feel like this day is going to be like? And let me know, how do you feel?
Very positive. A lot of excitement, of course. It's going to be a LAN finals. I'm sure there's going to be a huge spectacle, and you know, we did have those qualifiers previously. Now the final 8 teams. Super excited to see exactly how things are going to unfold here today. Yeah,
last week already brought us a lot of excitement. There were a lot of 2-0s, also plenty of close calls as well. And of course, the teams are not fighting for nothing here apart from the glory. They also fight for that €1,000 prize pool, and there's also going to be another few bits and bobs that we're going to mention a bit later on that the players are going to get as a result here. Super excited to actually have a LAN final that, of course, UltraHorse has given us the opportunity to provide. So very, very nice overall. And I think the players themselves are very excited to be here. You know, very first time that you can already crown yourself king of something, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we spoke to some of the players outside. They seemed, you know, very hyped up about being here, being able to compete. And for most of them, their LAN finals here. And not many of them have much esports experience, but they seem to be very confident coming into the finals today.
Absolutely. You ask anyone, he's like, I came to win. So no other question here.
Every single one of them, pretty much. They had so much confidence coming into
this. But that's
this.
what it should be. That's what it should be, right? You come in with confidence, and that's surely going to translate into your play as well. Now, speaking about playing, obviously, most of our players have touched the game, ourselves as well have gotten acquainted with it. But for anyone new tuning into the game, we need to explain you just a few nuances that you probably should be aware of coming into SquadBlast. So first and foremost, we need to speak a bit about the heroes and loadouts. So more specifically, we have a total of 7 heroes that can be used in the game. Those could essentially be divided in 5 different classes, depending on what kind of weaponry they use. So you have your rocket launchers class, then you have grenade launchers, shotguns for those that prefer the up close and personal approach, and of course you have the assault rifles alongside with the sniper rifles if you use the character named Laika. But you know, that's not the only thing the game allows you to do, right?
It certainly isn't at all. We do have the shooting, advanced movement, and special abilities. Lots of different mechanics and fundamentals. Of course, it's projectile-based combat, so you've got to think more about your aim skill than you normally do. Got the sliding, the crouching, double jump, wall jump. May even see rocket jumping, depending on how confident they're feeling, depending on the circumstances. Of course, the special abilities to be able to counteract certain heroes and certain situations, depending on the game types as well.
Yeah, and speaking about the game types, so we have 3 game modes available for us here. Kicking things off with the Conquest game mode, where there's a crystal in the middle of the map. The teams are fighting for the control over this crystal, and the first team that gets 100 points wins. The next game mode that you're going to see today is going to be called Payload, where you essentially just need to push the card from start to finish, and the first team to score 2 points wins. And the final mode is the team deathmatch mode. I think this is the most straightforward mode as it can get. You just need to eliminate the enemy, and the first team that gets 10 eliminations is crowned victorious here. But a few more nuances.
Certainly do as well, because we've got a variety of maps on a variety of different game modes. And when it says refill during battle, from a guy who's from an arena shooter background, I call it the recovery process to replenish your health, armor, speed, and ammo. And when we say that as well, there's lots of different strategies and tactics you can use to try and refrain your opponents from doing it. And of course, the special pickups with, of course, the Thunder Spear, the BH-19, or Black Hole, as most people normally call it, and the power-up beast mode. That is something you want to try and keep away from, or have to try and keep away from dealing with if you're definitely on the opposite end of it.
Yeah, you don't want to run into a sudden black hole appearing in the middle of the map. Trust me, you will be toast. Now, we need to do a quick throwback just to jump what happened last week. We had the qualification round. We had the competition format set as 2v2, meaning 2 players going up against 2 other. 20 teams in total, 40 players. The group stage started with a 4-round robin group format. All matches were played in a best-of-3 series, meaning that 2 games out of 3 need to be won in order for yourself to advance further on. And from 16 best teams from each group, they advanced into the playoff stage, where the playoffs were determined into a single elimination bracket, meaning if you lose, unfortunately, you're out. But for those that did proceed in their best-of-5 format wins now, 8 of the best teams did advance to those LAN finals. And of course, we have the finals event that is today. Same format, 2v2, 8 teams. As mentioned before, 16 players. Teams are going to be divided into 2 round-robin groups, so Group A and Group B. All matches initially are going to be played in the group stage in the best-of-3 format. 2 best teams out of each group will advance into the playoffs. And the playoffs, similarly as before, same story, single elimination bracket. Best of 5 matches, of course, to determine who is the best out of the best. And then we jump into 2 semi-final rounds with, of course, a grand final on top of things. And now let's have a closer look at the participants. You want to give a shout out to the teams?
I think we might have to. I think Team Little, we have to start with them as well. I've played against these guys a couple of times, funny enough, a couple of days before we came here. Rudis is definitely one guy in particular I'm going to keep a very close eye on. A huge amount of slaying ability overall. And you can see from the first video game, we're actually being CS 1.6. I think that's for quite a lot of people, in all fairness. Favourite characters been Hantu and Dash. And funny enough, that's the characters they were using against me as well. So it's definitely their go-to. But the only problem with that is the fact that if that's your only favourite character, then I'd be interested to see how they use the other characters as well in terms of counteracting some of those compositions.
Very true. You need to be very mindful of the fact that you're going to be playing up and close with Hantu and Dash. And, you know, when you come against rocket launchers shooting at you from a distance, you need to be mindful and understand what your approach is going to be look like. So this is for Team Little. Next in line is Cookie, very simple name. Brixie and Rupert is here in the lineup. Both actually streamers. Brixie, namely. Rupert does it for fun. Favorite characters, Hantu and Pavo. So you have that close range, long range combination happening here. And as you can see, you know, Brixie, a lot of real life sports background behind his back, so to say. 10 years in karate. So the man is absolutely wax on, wax off, ready to go. A throwback there. And Rupertus, yeah, you know, as you can see, like, is there a game he hasn't played? Tell me.
The man's just a multi-gamer, isn't he? He literally is. Like, karate for 10 years. I've done it for 5 years once upon a time. We're talking like 25 years ago. But, yeah, he's not someone I want to step in the ring with, I'm sure. But I think the main factor for him is the fact that, you know, even though it's more of a physical sport environment, he's not going to be as nervous or have as much paranoia as or anxiety going into this esports field anyway, or an esports environment. But with Violent, Nick F and Dash, he is the oldest player in the tournament, going in at 28, ranks number 8, so he's got a lot of experience. He's been grinding the game very heavily. And for Dash as well, funny enough, his favourite character is Dash. Not what a surprise, what a shock to the system
right
there. But funny enough, he's been doing karate for 9 years, and I must say, they're not people I want to, you know, contend with in IRL in comparison to on the server. But also, he's third in the World Championships. That's unreal. Well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a lot of experience behind his back. And as you mentioned before, it's going to be fun casting the game with Dash in play, using dashes, the ability of Dash, the hero, to jump around the map. So should be pretty cool. Next up is Just Show Up. We have DSK. I'm not going to go ahead with all the letters there. And Invaldis 1, 2, 4, both using also a combination of close and long range battles. In terms of using the hero types, Hantu and Arcs. DSK, another programmer on our lineup. Computer Geek was also one that works in the IT field here. And Invaldis looks like he's like a common folk, like the regulars, right? Pizza, Drake, and TV show friends is what he prefers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've played against DSK again a few times a couple of days ago. Funny enough, it was using Hantu, but when I played him in a few games, it was like the same character every single time. And I'm not sure if it's maybe the character loyalist to a certain degree, but it's interesting to see how that's going to go. But when we go to the next team now to see exactly where things are going to unfold, because I think some of these other players on these other teams as well have a wide variety of characters they like to use, not just one particular one. But not saying that as of it with Loka and Adidas as well, with the Pavo and the Arcs matchup. And if I do both come up with both these characters, they are very strong characters in itself, only on certain game modes. And this is where we're going to find out exactly what they can do with these characters overall as well.
Yeah, the next team in line is Deputies, and yeah, as you can see, you know, Arcs, Pavo, definitely a heavy, tanky combination, hard to get through these guys. And look, Lokal Sun's having so much of sports behind his back, only being 14 years of old, both actually players 14 years of old, so there's a lot of enthusiasm behind their backs. Very, very keen to win, and I'm looking forward to see how this team will perform. I know they had a great showing in the qualification round. But let's not lose time here. There's more teams to cover. Beavers up next with Electronic and Joker SK, both using the Pavo character. So this is going to be they're going to be troublemakers on the map, basically, right? There's the combination of the shields that is going to be a huge factor here. And funny enough, both are brothers.
Oh, okay, that's interesting in itself. So, and that's the thing with Pavo, just overall, like, you know, his bubble shield, it takes 320 damage, I believe, but you also get every tick you're inside each other's bubble, you get 40 armor. So the fact that both these players are going to be playing Pavo potentially to a certain extent, it's going to be probably the most tankiest lineup we'll ever see. And I'd like to see if they do have to make any changes, like maybe in TDM or maybe some of the other game modes. But we know on Conquest it is going to be a difficult feat for any opponent they are playing against. But going to the next lineup, though, number 3 and number 5 on the leaderboard straight away. And this is what I like about these two players, well, from Marnus and Norbert as well. They've got a wide variety of characters in their arsenal, which they can use if they do need to counteract anyone else who's if they get into a bit of a pickle to a certain degree. Again, you talk about programming with two of the players, as Norbert's also, you know, learn the basics of programming. But, you know, it's a start, isn't it?
Exactly. You have to start somewhere. And actually, a bit of behind-the-scenes info. If I'm not mistaken, exactly this team was the one that they prefer to counter their opponents, and that's why you probably see this wide variety of champions here. And again, like, you know, having a good diversity and having good understanding of how these heroes actually play and how you need to play them also allows you to counter them better. So it kind of feeds itself in that narrative there. A few more teams to cover. Sorry, actually, that last team, that is Team Picnic. We have Deves and Peshka here on the lineup. Both both similar aged, but characters are different here. Hantu Laika, first sniper player that we see on the lineup here for Deves, and the favorite character of Peshka is Nigel. So he's going to be supporting Deves as much as he can there, even though I can't really imagine how it would work with the Nigel-Laika combination. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But look, Deves, a very notable thing is that he is a Latvian champion in 1,000-meter running. So the man knows how to perform under pressure.
I don't think I can even run 1,000 meters nowadays compared to long ago. But so many, what I like about a lot of these players, okay, they haven't got a huge amount of esports experience, but in terms of regular sports, like a lot of them have been doing karate, have been doing a lot of in-ring like tournaments and that sort of physical aspect, which is quite interesting. But it is definitely going to help them in this environment, though. Absolutely.
Exactly. They know what it means to be in a tournament and fighting for that prize at the end of the line. And speaking about prizes, of course, the players are fighting for that €1,000 prize pool that's going to be distributed accordingly amongst the top 8 teams. But it's not only the money that they're getting here. They're also getting, first of all, a trophy. The first place gets a trophy, and the top 4 get also medals. So that is something that you don't get to see often these days, and I really love the fact that the players do get a medal, something that you can put at home. It's not like just a regular print-out diploma or whatever. There's also a bit of a peek for you, dear viewers, from the gaming room. You can see the players setting themselves up. And just before this stream started, UltraHorse gave us the small note there that the top performing players here today are actually going to get some very, very special in-game perks. Let's leave it at that and
I'm already
see where
jealous
it
already.
takes us. Right? Yeah, I know. So, yes, definitely some legacy to be left behind in the game as the very first to compete here. And speaking about the first, as I mentioned, the players are lining themselves up and getting onto the server. So we very quickly need to have a look at the groups here, how those have been drawn, and what we will see. We will kick things off with Group A. So we have here Team Little, Cookie, Violent, and Just Show Up. Already looking at the nicknames and in terms of the rankings that we covered before, this seems to be a very, very competitive group that we'll be able to observe. And also on your right-hand side, you can see the round 1, 2, and 3 games. And yeah, I mean, looking at these teams already here, obviously, we have seen a bit of what these teams can do in the qualifying round. You've also experienced it real life playing on the server. Do you have any teams that really stand out, or some specific favorites that you might have?
Maybe Team Little and Just Show Up, just because DSK's number 1 on the leaderboard. But the only thing about DSK is about his character loyalty. Is it just that one character he prefers? How good is he with the others? But Rudis from Team Little is also very strong with his slaying ability overall. Cookie and Violent, I know, this is what I was talking about, or will talk about now, in terms of the group stages. There's not really too much favoritism or bias in terms of like who could come out on top here in these groups. But these group stages will be a true indicator to see how could they perform not only here in the group stages by the end of it, but how they could perform in a single elimination bracket when they go through to the next stage.
Absolutely, yeah. One thing also to note here, so in group stage, whilst we're looking at these games, in Group A, excuse me, we need to remind you guys that all games are going to be played here in a best-of-3 series, meaning that 2 games need to be won in the series in order for yourself to advance. And the first game mode that we're going to see in the group stage is going to be Conquest, played on the map Underfoot. So fighting for over the control of that crystal. And I think that's also where having those tanky combinations really is going to come into play, just to make sure that you can upkeep that control. If you're playing the double Pavo setup, you know, chaining your shields together, maybe we're going to even see like a few Sonys come out as well, you know, having those turrets, that's definitely something to fight for. But I don't know, do you see yourself having like a preferred strategy that you like to use here? Obviously the grenade launcher is quite strong, but what do you think? Like, what is, in your opinion, the most viable approach?
It's very situational. It's not just a hero, but it's obviously the weapons in your arsenal as well. For example, if you're playing on TDM, you know, Sonny's not normally the one character you normally select, but if you use a weapon like the Ice Light, where it frees them after 2 shots hit, or even with 1 shot it slows them down massively, you could just kick them off the map pretty much.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be technically a free kill, but you have to hit these shots. And with a lot of these characters, it's very difficult to try and at least hit them, because they're going to dodge, weave, use that advanced movement, their mechanics and fundamentals on top of that. So it's very risky, but it depends on how much experience some of these players have with some of these characters overall. But I do believe 1 or 2 of these players may take that risk, but I think that risk is only worthwhile if you know that you're going to be riding that struggle bus against some of these teams.
Absolutely, no. And we saw this also in the qualification round. You do have the teams that are kind of not necessarily stuck in their ways, but they're like, okay, this is how we're going to play, and we're not changing anything. And then we're going to see those that really want to utilize that movement of Dash's character to the max, as well as utilizing that invisibility from Hantu coming out and seeing how those combinations work together. Sometimes it's just miraculous how those players manage to keep alive, stay alive, that is, and still keep up and racking those points. Also curious to see, we already saw something in the qualification rounds where most of the teams would also utilize the fact that you can steal your opponent's pickups as well on their side of the map, right? So if you do manage to get a successful wipeout of the opposing side, you just instantly kind of push towards their gates and make sure that there's no goodies laying on the ground.
Well, this is it. This is what I talk about the recovery process before. It's like if you're playing one of the Conquest maps and you've just done a team wipe, so to speak, and managed to get the objective, you know, this is where you've got to keep being proactive. You need to, you know, steal the ammo and the health on their side of the map. Make sure you steal everything on their side. So if anything does happen and then the bout re-happens again and you re-engage, when they back off, there's obviously that small chance or that small window of opportunity where they haven't really got the health to replenish themselves because it's already been taken. So as long as you keep the timing and the track of that, that's when you should be able to push, re-engage again. So it's very methodical to that standpoint. I'm not too sure how far the teams or the players have got to that stage, but this is what I mean about the group stages. We will see the indicator to see how much knowledge they have with the game, how much they know, and what strategies they have up their sleeve as they go forward. Yeah,
one thing to note here, of course, also for those perhaps maybe wanting to try out the game, make sure that when you are playing Conquest, you play together as a team. That's super important. Sometimes we get into these hectic rounds where players just keep on jumping into the fight, and then you're always kind of fighting 1v2 or 2v1 scenarios. That's not where you want to be, right? You want to have your buddy system in place and make sure that your teammate is fighting next to you, especially if you have, like, you know, the likes of Nigel on your team that can really support you and make sure that push is successful. That's what you want to watch out for here. So I am very, very excited to see these players almost ready to jump into the game here. I'll also remind you guys that, you know, during round 1, we're actually going to have both games happening simultaneously. So if we finish quickly with one of the series, which I hope we won't, I hope it's going to be a long, close series, but if we do, we're actually going to try and jump into the series happening in parallel just to see what's going on there, so we can keep you updated as much as we can. So first of all, you do have, dear viewers, a few more moments still to get a quick drink, get a few snacks ready for yourself. You know, it's going to be an exciting day here, and I cannot wait for these players to jump in to the game. So we'd gladly also just to show you a bit of a video about the game itself, just to get you acquainted. All right, there we go. So that's a bit of a preview for what is about to happen. As said before, the players are getting ready. Small note, the player DSK is actually going to be playing under a different account name this time around, so just to make you guys aware, so nobody's surprised like where he has gone missing. You know, the rank 1 player suddenly is not on the server, like what's happening. But as well, props to DSK, you know, in general. He's been constantly rank 1 as far as I've seen. So whenever the beta was released, you always go in checking rankings. He has been grinding and grinding and grinding, and that's also something that I think a lot of players underestimate how much nuance is actually available in the game. You know, you get to notice all these small little, we call them tricks of the trade, I suppose, that you can start to utilize to the max and try and abuse your opponent as much as possible. Now, obviously, starting kicking things off here in Conquest, I think it's like quite a level map. It doesn't offer you like insane amounts of detalization or outplay. It's fairly straightforward, but it comes to like say the maps of we're going to see later on to the playoff stage, like the payload map and things like that. Obviously, at that point in time, advanced tactics really come into play, being able to push that payload forward. And look, when things come to an end and a decisive victory has to be made, at the end of the day, getting to that team deathmatch map, personally, that's my favorite. I don't know about you, but like I've always been like a team deathmatch guy.
Oh, see, I've been more objective
Put you on the
based.
spot
I know, I know. I don't want to throw you under the bus there. Yeah, it's for me, Motherload on payload, like it's definitely one of my favourites. One to go to as well, because you've got plenty of space, plenty of ways to counter your opponent, and there's so many different situations you can create and occur, and just to keep your opponent guessing on your whereabouts, where you're lurking, your positioning, and so like I said, talking about the counters as well. But it's going to be very difficult to see. And we were talking about DSK as well, in terms of him being #1 on the leaderboard. I can agree with that, because obviously you've got to be a heavy grinder and obviously win most of your, or the majority of your games to have a high win rate. But it was like, I matched him at 6 PM, I matched him at 2:30 in the morning.
He's always there.
The guy is just there, permanently. Just like, he was just permanently on the server consistently, which is great, because it just shows he's really putting in the effort and the practice to really create an impact, so to speak, going into this tournament. And this is why I'm very curious to see how he's going to perform, because from looking at all the stats from the teams, like their favourite characters, there's a lot of character loyalty, but then again, there's a wide variety of characters as well. And I kind of feel like you can't just rely on one. Like, you just can't rely on Hantu alone. You can't, like, don't go like Hantu and Dash are the kind of characters where they're all-rounders, but they have a lot of weaknesses on certain objective game types. So it's going to be very situational, depending on the scenario they place themselves in.
I think one also nuance that I haven't seen a lot of players actually utilize the sniper character, Leica, right? You very rarely see it being pulled out, and I guess it's kind of difficult also to pull it off in a 2v2 format, right? You need to have that one person that it definitely has to be a tank, I think, in front that's going to be soaking up all that damage, probably like Pablo, someone like with a shield that can actually mitigate some of the incoming damage in order for allow your Leica player to give out that damage. Obviously, one bullet from the sniper rifle deals insane amounts, and I actually seen some people try and utilize it up close, and it does seem to work for those that are extremely sharp, but those are probably your mouse and keyboard players, because, you know, you can also play the game with the pad. And have you tried playing with the pad? Because
I've been playing with the pad more than mouse and keyboard, but I do feel like it benefits the mouse and keyboard player a lot more, especially with like the aim skill behind it. And even though Leica has probably been given the least amount of love, I feel like with this game over time, it is going to be used a lot more in comparison to what we see nowadays.
All right, well, no more time of wondering what's going to happen. We're jumping into the very first match of the day here between Team Cookie and Team Violent. It is on the left-hand side. You're going to have Cookie with Brixie and Rupetis on the lineup. Violent, of course, Dash. We mentioned him beforehand, using Dash, and the Nick F, the eldest and most life experience player on the server here. Jumping already instantly onto the crystal itself. Violent, very quick to start things off here. Dash almost loses his life in the process, somehow manages to dodge all the bullets. How is the man still alive? And they quickly need to reset as the points start to count in their favor.
How, yeah, that is a man who literally valued his life down to a T. I don't know how he's able to stay alive that much. I was expecting to go behind his teammate to bait and switch, but he was having none of it. He's been super aggressive. A bit too aggressive for my liking, but at the moment, you can see here Nick F is going to try and push on forward, but Dash has gone straight back in again to finish the job. Great start already from Team Violent, but in the end, finally they get picked up. But this is where Nick F needs to steal their health, their ammo, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's actually getting behind him, gets only a tiny amount of damage done. He's just trying to keep that Pavo back as much as possible, as Brixie's literally directly behind him.
Yeah, good job on resetting there from the Nick F, making sure he stays alive, utilizing his damage output to the most as he utmost as he can. Both players are now going to be resetting. And interesting, they're trying to sandwich Team Cookie from both sides at this moment. The points, of course, now currently falling in favor of Team Cookie, but it looks like it won't be for so long anymore as one of the players will go down. That is Rupert's. Brixie is forced to stabilize here. And good job overall from Team Violent. Starting off strong here, and for a brief moment, it looks like they really wanted to just play this one out head-to-head.
They certainly are indeed. Saying that though, Brix has just been taken down as Rubricus is the only one left standing. Is going to be sandwiched in a 1v2 scenario. But Dash may be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but he doesn't need to kill Rubricus. Just needs to literally just keep him out the crystal. And in the end though, there is going to be a trade between the two. Nick Evans just stay alive as long as possible. Does get a little bit of health there, but Brixie will steal the large HP as well. Coming forward, but comes straight on in. Brixie didn't expect that at all in the slightest as Nick Ev dives straight on in. Now currently 57 to 13. But Rubricus again could be another 1v2. And this is what I'm worried about as well. These players from Team Cookie are going in single file, and that's the last thing you want to do in this situation.
And it's that fear of losing out those points that kind of psychologically forces you, puts you in a situation where you just want to keep jumping in onto the crystal, but that's exactly what you don't want to do, as we mentioned before. So Rupert just needs to just make sure he stays alive for a few more seconds. Help is on the way. He needs to survive, does manage to get rid of Dash there. The Nick F almost falls and needs to make sure he's dodging those rockets and eventually will fall there. Now trying to stabilize Team Cookie, but I feel like this might have gone a bit too far already. 84 points to Team Violent, so just one more push should do it.
And with the armor they can stack up at a later time in this game, it's going to make matters worse here for Team Cookie. But let's see what's going to happen here as both teams are contending with each other for that crystal. But the Team Violent will be able to steal it away, but they do get taken down, so they can just literally steal it right back and just get ready. And this is what I like to see, again, just stealing the ammo. If he puts a little bit more forward to steal their health, that would be working wonders for him, but it's already too late. They've already back into the scene, back into the middle already to contest that objective. As now Nick Kev just diving straight on it to try and clean up both these players. Both of them are so weak, both get taken down. Crystal has been taken once again. Nick Kev again stealing their health to make sure that Team Cookie are in further trouble here, leading to the later point of this game.
Yeah, no real opportunities for Team Cookie to stabilize anymore. Needs to jump onto the point, but it gets pushed away. And that is going to be it. Violent are going to be securing that first win of the series here in their favor. And you can see as well, the Nick F just putting out almost 3k damage, almost doubling the likes of Dash on his team. Even though on the left-hand side, it's a bit more balanced story this time around.
Certainly is, yeah. 7 assists there for Dash, as you saw there, so can contribute to 10 kills in the end, but yeah, the damage was lacking just a tad. But that's the thing as well. What I'd like to see from Team Cookie as well, we need to see a bit more abuse from the bubble shield as well. So the fact we didn't see both players inside it the whole time. We didn't see Brixie like standing in the bubble with him in order to gain a bit more armor. That would have been really handy for him to kind of like set in stone that recovery process again to re-engage straight afterwards.
You know, we cannot also discount, it might be just the nerves playing up. You know, you are playing in LAN, you're playing for the prize pool already. Well, you're essentially already in the prize pool. Now it's just a matter of how much, you know, and what ranking you're going to end up with. And we saw that little bit of players wanting to just keep on jumping onto the crystal one by another, and that's like I feel where they lost out the most. So I'm sure the players are experienced enough to learn from this and see if they can do a different approach. We see no character switches just yet. Obviously, those can also be pulled out at any second, so it's not like anything's set in stone really here. Things can still change, and let's see if they will, as Violent leading the series 1-0.
All right, let's see if Team Cookie can at least create a reverse sweep in this series to bring themselves back from the detriment of that last game, as they probably gained a little bit more confidence considering how well they're doing the objective at the later stages of that first game, but it was just too little too late here. But a lot of damage already taken here from Team Violent now as Nick F is going around behind them, but I don't think that's the greatest idea because he left his teammate in a 2v1 scenario, and this is what I like to see as well. Straight away using that bubble shield. Brixie has actually dived away straight away, but Brixie could have stayed in that bubble shield with him, but instead gets taken down anyway, as Rubica's now got a lot of armor, so a lot of health. They've got a lot to deal with for Team Violent at the moment, and you can see Rubica's looking to stay alive to make sure they don't go in single file again like they did before. But will he be able to take it down? Yes, he does, just barely gets the health as well, and this is a completely different game from what we saw in that first one.
Yeah, using all of his arsenal available in the pocket, the rocket launcher, the gun, even the knife out at the end. to get the opponent off the point. The Nikef as well here forced to reset. Dash also almost loses his life. So Rupert is so far doing an amazing job controlling this point, soaking up the damage, gets to almost utilize the bubble but doesn't deploy it in time. Brixie also will fall, and that's Violent now overtaking control of the crystal and equalizing the points.
With Team Violent, they have the right strategy, just picking up everything on their opponent's side of the map. We haven't seen a lot of that from Team Cookie, but they're probably going to realise in the future that it is something they do need to adapt to afterwards. But looking at it so far, Will uses invisibility as he goes straight on in, takes him down straight away. And Team Cookie aren't looking as good as they were previously, but now Nikef have to deal with that 1v2 scenario. He knows that not to push in too deep here, but it's actually going to continue the aggression after that incredible fight he just took just now. Bubble Shield is going to be back up now for the likes of Rubicus, if he can be able to stay alive for his teammate to get on in. But Dash is doing a good job to stay alive, just trying to get him away or whack him away from the objective. Not going to happen. Nikef comes back in a 2v1, but is it going to be the right plan? No, it is not, as Team Cookie still in with the lead, looking to increase it further.
Yeah, oh my god, how the tides have changed, and it's an absolutely polar opposite story right now, as finally Violent do manage to group up. They also have a bit of shield in their pockets to work with. Rupetus here doesn't really seem to have a shield that he can utilize at the moment, and both players will fall, and that is Violent trying to get those points back. And definitely a lot closer series, of course, using and taking away all those pickups as much as they can, even preemptively firing here, just making sure that more and more points are ticking into the pockets of Violent. A good pickup there on Brixie, and now Rupetus needs to be very careful. Gotta use that shield to try and absorb some of the damage coming into the back, but I'm afraid it might not be enough, though. An amazing connection from the rocket launcher there. The Nikef almost falls. Nix in the nick of time dodges.
I must say, Team Cookie have done some great adaptation around Team Violent and how they like to play. I don't think they expected such an over-aggressive matchup from the beginning, but they're ready for it this time round. But Violent, again, Dash doing the correct thing, just waiting for Nick to come in shortly. He's going to take the objective as well, just to keep him at bay, and still just trying to keep their distance to keep him out that objective. The only problem is Team Violent are way too weak at this stage. Just push on forward. One's been taken out. It's going to be a little bit of a trade-off here. It's Dash to stay alive, but the health pack isn't the spawn jet, which means we'll get cleaned up straight away. Brixie will take the crystal back once again. 75 to 62, now 77. And this is looking to be a close affair. I think there's only one team fight left remaining here for Violent in order to bring this back, which they have done. Good fight already.
And at what pace as well. This is going to give them valuable time over the control of the crystal in the middle of the map. Rupetus will also fall. And now Team Cookie have 5 seconds between each other members before they can... Also, it looks like the one final approach, one final push here. And this is going to determine if Violent is going to win this series, or will it be Cookie equalizing here and taking us to game number 3. Nice dash in from the Dash. So he needs to be careful, needs to reset. Rupert is on the point here as well. Doesn't manage to get to deploy the shield. Dash will fall. However, the control over the crystal is still in favor of Violent. 91 points here. Brixie staying on the point, not allowing the points to go through. And it is still Violent in front.
Problem is Rubicus coming in now. I love how he uses Bubble Shield really early to get as much armor as possible in case his Bubble Shield does get destroyed. Remember, it does take 320 damage for that Bubble Shield to evaporate over time. Oh, good use of the rocket as well, coming straight in, but Nick just barely able to stay alive by the skin of his teeth. And Brixie knows that. He's going to push straight on forward. Will he be able to clean up? Yes, he does. And now Dash trying to contest the objective. Will he be able to? No, he does not, as Brixie comes out on top in both those fights and wins at 100 to 97.
And what a comeback.
Third game.
Yeah, third game is on the board, and they came back into stole it away from Violent. They were so close, only 3 points away from winning the series itself. In terms of damage as well, you can see it's a pretty similar story on both sides of things. Definitely, of course, you're going to see a bit more on the Violent side of things in terms of damage output, just because they are up and close and personal. They do have those shots connecting a bit more. They're getting those numbers up and running. And on the side of Cookie, well done. You know, we literally just spoke after game number 1. You need to learn from your mistakes. You need to do a few of those adjustments, and it worked wonders for them. Even managed to get that comeback story up and running here. So still conquest number 3 on underfoot in front of us, and it looks to be a super close match at the moment. I feel like this is going to be where the moment where any mistake that you really make is going to put some weight on your shoulders, right? You don't want to be that guy that goes down in this situation.
No, absolutely not. No, it's like I said before, it's just great adaptation from the Cookie side overall. You saw that they took the time, they weren't going in single file, they were making getting a lot of abuse for the armor as well from the Bubble Shield in combination. But the only thing they need to adapt to is to still steal their health pack and ammos on their opponent's side of the map. They need to really make sure they do that and get on top of things. They've seen their opponents do it time and time again, but maybe because it's got a bit chaotic that they've not really thought about it to a certain degree. That this will be the final game in this best of 3 now as Team Cookie going straight on in. Takes out the dash. There's going to be a trade actually between the two as Nick has have to deal with the Pavo. It's going to be pretty damn difficult at the moment, but Rubicus does come out on top. Going to get the objective and just replenish health. And use the bubble shield early again just to get the armor to his name. Yeah, good use of the knives there as well. A bit of a sword fight at the end. Dash is going to fall in the initiation of this battle. The Nick F needs to make sure that he's staying alive. Dodging the rocket, good job. Only place actually where you can do that there, where you have a bit of room to jump. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Rupicis comes in from behind with the shotgun and makes great work of it all in all. 20 points already on the side of Team Cookie. Violence still looking away back into this. Again, a few preemptive shots being made, and now the push comes through. Instant loss of health on the side of Cookie, Team Cookie, excuse me. There, Rupicis will fall. Brixis is alone, alive, and will go down as well. The Nick F and Dash doing a great job of coming back into this. I do feel like to a certain degree Violent do need to change their lineup. Maybe have a Pavo and a Nigel, because you've got that health replenish, and also you can continue to refight if they do re-engage or go in single file. But so far, Violent made a decent comeback so far. The Pavo is trapped though. Rubicus just trying to get away from Gambo. Nick is trying to clean him up, which he does not, sadly. A little bit unfortunate, but they will get the objective just in time. Still got Penton left in place, speaking of Devil, but the dash actually goes in on his own, realises that probably went in a little bit too over-aggressive in that situation. He's already used up his bubble shield, so this is a time for them to try and push back in, but it looks like they've gone back to spawn to again recuperate from their losses in terms of the damage taken. Yeah, I feel like Violet are feeling the pressure at the moment, so even getting slightly overzealous in some of the fights. They're just mindlessly dashing into the fight. Now, they need to be careful. Rupicis from time to time already again has shown that he is extremely precise with those headshots, will eventually fall there, but it's a trade for trade on the other side of things, and the point has been overtaken again in favor of Team Cookie here. The Nick F coming in will lose that battle, has to back out, eventually will fall there as well. So again, Dash finds himself alone in a 1v2. Shouldn't really push the agenda too far, needs to make sure he's staying nice and healthy. Rupert is having trouble connecting those rockets somehow. A good push back with the katana, dashing through, stunning him mid-air, and that gives Team Violent the opportunity to get control over the point. I love that as well from Rubicus. He did enough damage for Brixie to trade out that last fight, and he actually managed to take him down as well. The objective will be going in favor of Cookie once again. And this is incredible stuff. The adaptation, again, is improved even further. They're now breaking them apart. But Rubicus has been playing a lot better this time round compared to the previous 2 games. He's been getting better and better over time. Might just be the fact that, of course, being in the studio environment, he's trying to adjust the environment he's in, and you can clearly see it.
That single
but look
rocket.
at this. Both of them had to go back for health straight away, and they know that, because if they get taken down, this is going to be the last fight they can take in this game, or else that's going to be them done for in this 3rd game. Still pushing on forward. Rubicus with a great rocket there. Nick with the slivers of health gets cleaned up as well, and that is going to be the series in favor of Cookie.
All right, welcome back to the studio. So that is the very first match of the day that we got to experience there. And when it initially looked like Team Violent is going to run away with the whole thing, and it seemed that Team Cookie is not really ready for that battle yet. Instant adjustment, instant change of pace, and what a comeback in the series. And I think that is already great signs of excellence there very early on in the day, where we see the players can adapt, can make these changes. And I think you're absolutely right when you said there, you know, the Team Violent were slightly lacking some of that tankiness, some of that approach that could be used.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, but we saw from there some changes as well, like Rubicus, the Pavo player as well, was using the bubble shield a little bit earlier before he engaged, so he can take it. He has enough time to consume some of the damage from their opponents, but at the same time be able to get his armor replenished at the same time here. Yeah, so as mentioned before, we will jump into a different series in parallel here just to check things out and how things are going. So you can see on your left-hand side,
That is Team Little and Team Violent on your right-hand side, already jumping into a new series. And on Team Little, again, mentioning GoX, a player that is DSK, the rank #1. As said before, has to play from a different account this time around, but doesn't mean he's going to be playing any differently here.
And the double Pavo setup. This is basically a nightmare set in stone here for a lot of these players. And they're doing exactly what I was talking about as well. They're both using the bubble shield, both replenishing their armor. And it's going to make matters so much worse here for Computer Geek and Rudis on their side. But still managed to take down one in the end. And it's going to be very difficult for them because Dash and Ahantu, they've got a lot of speed, a lot of agility in order to get around some of the motives which maybe on a players of Team Little could have. And looks like coming in Rudis straight away. And I talked about his slaying prowess and looking very strong to get in that 1v2 scenario. But even then, Rudis still pushing a little bit. Bait and switching coming out on the bottom side of their map and looking to continue controlling that objective. Trying to keep him at bay as well, just try and keep him out of it. And I like this as well coming out from Invalidus as well. Just switch it to the Nigel, realising that the double Pavo setup is becoming quite weak over time, and now can just continue to replenish his health and also use that bubble shield to gain the armor.
Yeah, no, I think this combination of having Nigel Pavo on a single team, in my opinion, is one of the most strongest combinations that you could potentially have. And if your rank 1 player is literally Pavo in front of it, look at the barrage of rockets just going that way. Dash cannot even get close to the point, and that's an amazing job zoning the opponents out. Now, Computer Geek does go up and close and personal there. A complete chaos happening. Dash does manage to stun a few of his opponents, but at the end of the day will lose too much health in the process there. And Valdis now with with the Nigel and the assault rifle will make a great use of the weapon, and of course still securing control over the point is Team Little. 1-1 in the series, so whoever wins here does manage to secure that valuable point for themselves, and so far it looks to be it is going to be Team Little.
Certainly is. It's just show up. They know that the main priority is to take down that Nigel, not because of how weak he can be, but due to the fact that him being able to replenish the Pavo's health, it's going to be a real annoyance. But there have been so many times where the Nigel player will just sit in the bubble shield every time. Every player's taken out. He's literally on 24 HP, now 66 to 28. Looking very solid here from Team Little in this third game.
And I think this was the first double elimination with the knife that we have seen today. Again, the barrage of rockets coming out. Nigel, as you said, you know, you can see both of the Just Show Up players are really trying to focus him as much as he can, but Invalid is just doing an amazing job just wasting that time of Just Show Up, not dying so quickly, and this means that the valuable points just keep on going in the pockets of Team Little. Finally, DSK will fall, and Just Show Up will get control over that point, but it feels like it's almost over here. Invalidus has just too much armor and too much tricks up his pocket that he can do right now. The DSK comes in with the saving play and saving grace for Team Little at the moment, and Computer Gang can't really do much about it.
Oh, I love this as well. Come on the Bubble Shield just in perfect time to give Computer Geek a bit of a handful there. Now Invalidus looking to come just a nick of time to heal up DSK. Rude is coming with a dash. Not really too much he can do. He needs to really just wait for his teammate to come forward, but he's not in the best of positions now. As Computer Geek does come in, but not at the best of times. Takes it down near 97 to 44. That is going to be it. Just Sharp takes that game 100 to 44. And I think the composition change with the Nigel from the other Pavo was good. It's nice to know that DSK is in the character loyalist. It's not just a hand to. He can play all types of characters, but he has a lot of knowledge on the Pavo setup as well. I assume he made the not the correction of the composition, but he was the one who said, right, switch to Nigel, we need to change things a little bit.
Play it safe. Play it safe initially. Make sure that you're using all of the advantages in your favor as much as possible. Just Show Up did put up a great showing there, but Team Little was victorious. The next teams that we're going to see play amongst each other is going to be Just Show Up and Team Cookie. The guys we saw beforehand already having a point in their pocket, and for Just Show Up, they just lost this series at the moment, so definitely a bit of a redemption arc is going to be required for them to come back into play here. But not all is lost, right? That's why we are in the group stages. You can have that fluke of a match. Just make sure you learn from it, and yeah, exactly. Just make sure you learn from it and keep on kicking, you know. So yeah, at the end of the day, still plenty of matches ahead of us, and I love to see that even this series also was a close one. You know, I mentioned beforehand in the qualifying rounds we did have a lot of 2-0s, as you would expect from a qualifying round. It's like a mix and match, sort of. You don't really know what you're going to see. And speaking about seeing, you can also see the players there in the background, happy to keep on fighting. Well, for some,
taking the L.
taking the L. It is what it is, you know, admitting what has happened. But look, that's the reality sometimes, you know. You cannot win them all, and definitely not when it's like a series.
Yeah, I think the only thing to take out from all these 4 teams so far, it's obviously very close. Every single game went to a map 3, which is, that's a thumbs up.
I love to see that.
Love to see it as
yeah.
well. And I think we have to take from the side of DSK's team is the fact that they're the only team out of all of them who are changing compositions on the fly. Like, we haven't really seen anything of that. We've seen people just sticking to the guns and just sticking to the same heroes. But when they know that a change is absolutely necessary, they will make that change. And I think that's the main thing as well, because we've seen a lot of character loyalty, but it seems like that's the main thing to take into account, is the fact that they're not afraid to change. They know that changes do have to be made, and I'm glad that did happen, because if they stuck with that double paro setup, I'm not really too sure what the outcome would have been at the end. I think it would have been maybe still in their favour, but it would have been a little bit of a different scenario.
Absolutely. It has to be a closer match at that point. And, you know, the games are so close and at times even so hectic, even now with all the super weapons available. So I'm slightly afraid to see what we can expect when things come to the payload, but that's later on in the day. So far in the group stage, as you can see, just show up putting a win in their pocket. Team Cookie as well, Violent and Team Little a loss on their side of things. So 25 points already for Just Show Up. Happy to be there. Yeah, in terms of series, as mentioned before, 2-1, 2-1. So just waiting for the next round to start up and see how Team Cookie will pair up with Just Show Up. You know, this is going to be already bringing us a bit of a stronger story about who really to watch out for in the playoff stages, because obviously one of these two, I feel like, is almost for certain put in the series at this stage. And at that point as well, getting a different game mode in play, getting a different map in play as well is also going to bring us a different story, because we know we've already had some player surveys in the background as well, and I cannot say that Underfoot is the favorite map for all these players for sure. So they maybe have some tricks up in their pocket. If they might not be performing here, it might be an absolutely different story on another map, and that's also kind of where you
could do. And what I saw from the skill sync of all these players, they're very equal. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if there was a tiebreaker in any way, shape or form. So I'm not too sure how the tiebreaker is going to work, if it's based on head-to-head, if it's based on how many games you won in comparison to some of the other players, like plus, negative in terms of KD. But yeah, so far what we're seeing is very, very good. The skill ceiling has been pretty high with these teams, but we need to see a lot more composition changes. We saw it from Team Little earlier, but we need to see it more coming out of these other teams here, as we're going to go straight into the next game between Just Show Up and Team Cookie to see who's going to start things off with a bit of flair and impact on the server.
Yeah, so now this time around for Just Show Up, it is the Nigel Hantu combo. So DSK bringing out the big guns, so to say, on his main character, though almost losing his life, instantly getting close to this point. It's Rupatis again, dealing the big damage with the rockets and also utilizing that shield to the max, though. Great job and an absolutely precise headshot coming out from DSK. A bit of a knife battle happening once again. You'll love to see those. And DSK needs to be careful of those rockets. They pack quite the punch, especially when you get all three of them.
The problem is that that bottom side of the map is pretty much a choke point. If you go in there against a Pavo, you're literally asking to die at that point, which is a little bit unfortunate. He was tempted to go, but got a little bit too excited, I think, and wanted to try and push him further to try and clean that up. It was very tempting, don't get me wrong, but again, get away from that choke point. If you've got a Pavo down there, or an Arx or a Sonic, anything like that, that's one of the areas of the map you need to literally get away, and what a kill there coming up from Rubicus.
That's like almost from a highlight reel, you know, the video that we were showing beforehand. That's like perfect example of what can happen in the game, connecting both of those rackets, getting both of the players out of play, and that means just 4 points in your pocket. Just Show Up now trying to go for a push, but another crucial hit towards DSK is going to prevent him from getting control over this point. Ruputs is somehow, in the nick of time, does manage to deploy the shield, so does stabilize and stay alive just for the time being. Invalid is doing an amazing job dodging all the rockets, having both players on those sides, and Just Show Up in full force now, trying to push even further.
Certainly is indeed. Going back and forth, one gets taken down, and Invalidus is just staying back in case he has to bait and switch, but Rubicus has been taken down as well. So that's going to be a team wipe here for the side of Just Show Up. And again, you know, just trying to steal the ammo and the health. Also, a little bit of a surprise attack with invisibility coming out from the Hantu player from DSK. Brixie trying to get a little bit more down as well, but it's meant to take out Brixie here. Brixie realises the situation, brings out the bubble shield straight away, Perfect timing there for Rubicus as well. But the exosuit comes out here on the side of Invalidus. Remember, the speed is 30% less. He only has the exosuit for 7 seconds, but he has been taken down anyway momentarily. But will Rubicus finish down DSK? Yes, he does. Takes the objective back, 64 to 35, but a comeback isn't out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, we've seen it already once before. I'm sure we can see it again. Invalidus doing an amazing job beforehand with the exosuit, but losing so much health quickly, and DSK also falling there. Now, quick nuance that I noticed, DSK is using the shotgun that also stuns on hit, whereas the other hunter on the other side, Brixie, is using the automatic shotgun just to deal out as much damage as he can possibly. So, interesting choice of weaponry on either side. Now, the game is even in terms of points, and just show up having trouble getting onto the point. The suit is, of course, coming out yet again. That's going to help with the push, taking control over that point now as well. Brixie pushing forward, risking it all, staying alive, and doing a great job at it. Also stealing those pickups, but is going to fall to Nigel there. Yeah,
we've been seeing a lot of players actually use the Tyrant either as the Hantu or the dash so far. Rubicus now just standing his ground, and the objective has to back away. He's trying to provoke them to go into that choke point. Oh my god, okay, he just got taken out almost instantly for pursuing that, and the switch has come up for the Nigel now. Invalidus did this last time when he realises that, you know, a counter composition needs to be asked for. No, everybody done. Coming in straight again. Rubicus has been taken down. It's only going to be a 1v1. Brixie does back away, but again, just being very patient about this. Of course, for the Tyrant, he needs to be a little bit closer than that to make that shotgun a little bit more effective. Takes him down, takes the objective as well. And there's only one more push from either side to come out here in order to win this game.
Yeah, and it needs to be quick as well. You can see DSK here is just waiting for his teammate as long as possible, but unfortunately it looks like it won't be enough. The points are falling in favor of Team Cookie, and they're going to secure the win here, 100 to 84. Yet another close match, definitely between these two. Rupert is again standing out with the damage dealt, having the crown next to his name, utilizing the shield to the max as much as he can. And I'm really happy to see a small nuance that we saw from Team Just Show Up. This time around, it wasn't Invalidus supporting DSK with the Nigel character. Exactly was the other way around. So DSK actually played the support role for a while and making sure he can get Invalidus with the arcs, with the mecha up and running as fast as possible and for as long as time. But it wasn't really enough for the initial time around. And it feels like it just came down to just a few fights. Again, that choice of weaponry definitely was a factor in my opinion. You know, the guys, nice job from DSK pulling out the stunning shotgun. It did work in one of the fights, but afterwards it seems like the DPS, the damage per second, is really the name of the game when it comes to Hantu fights.
It certainly is. I kind of feel like the Pavo Nigel composition worked a lot better for them in comparison, considering, you know, if you can at least delay enough time in that engagement to get that bubble shield up, you know, you're in fairy tale land.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you should be looking pretty good. So I'm not too sure if they're going to stick with the arcs this time round, which they have. Oh, it looks like they've actually gone for the Hantu and a Nigel. Okay, so we're going to see how this goes. We know that DSK loves playing a Hantu anyway. He probably feels like he can show off his combat skills a lot better in comparison. Diving straight on in for the objective. No mucking around there. They should be able to get this early as they're putting Brixie and Rubicus back. And both actually underneath again, just keep away from that Pavo, from that choke point. We've said it before, but again, they're just getting a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too overzealous here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tankier composition coming out from the side of Just Show Up. Not now, but maybe at some point in the later stages.
Yeah, Rupert is definitely becoming one of the contenders as well for just the precision that he can deliver with that rocket launcher, continuously getting those good connections through. Finally, Just Show Up can overtake control of the crystal here. Brixie needs to fall back and needs to restabilize. Will manage to steal also some of the valuable health and ammo pickups on the side of Just Show Up. So you can see that they're kind of keen to deal with him. They don't want to get sandwiched here, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And now Rupert is yet again is going to come in with the rockets.
Well, this is a good thing with Invalidus as well, and the Nigel players. The fact that he can just keep his distance and keep shooting and still be proactive to a certain degree with the damage whilst his teammate's coming back in. But his team has already been cleaned up here, and it's going to be back to that 1v1 scenario we saw just 10 seconds ago. And in the end, it would be Rubicus who wins that little scuffle and is going to be able to take the lead because of that as well.
I mean, if there's one thing that we've learned, is just do not get close to this Pavo. Time and time again, he has came out victorious, and what a huge connection onto DSK. Nigel as well, both players on super low health. that is just an absolute field play for Brixie there to just utilize Hantu being up close and personal and continuously getting those points on the side of Team Cookie. They've come out to play.
Okay, so Invalitus actually switched to the Pavo this time round and realised it. I did say as well that I think the counter, or at least a change, is going to be inevitable at some point. And look at the difference that's made with that team wipe. A completely different situation from what we saw in the past. Completely different outcome as well. And look at this, they're now sitting pretty. Don't get me wrong, they've still got 20 points to claw back, but one team wipe should be able to do that though and catch up and tie things up.
Yeah, you know, they said if you can do it, we can do it as well, and it looks to be, and the name of the game right now, it is going to be a Pavo versus Pavo fight. But Invaldis runs out of rockets at the moment, needs to force out a reload as well, and that's going to give him a chance to at least grab onto the point for a few seconds. Almost dies there in the end, does manage to fall back as he trades off versus the other player. Brixie there now, 1v2, I wouldn't get too carried away now.
And he did, sadly enough, so it will get taken down. It does mean that they will have to wait for him to come on forward, but in the end he's going to try and get a bit of damage done anyway from a distance, just while Brixie comes back forward. He's going to dive straight on, and again, he wasn't really too phased about being over aggressive earlier on, but look how weak both players are at this stage. Brixie just going no holds barred, going to try and clean this up if he can. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Takes that one, takes down both in the end, both on a respawn, and this is going to be a nice little lead they can edge across to maybe, just maybe, close out this series 2-0.
I think Brixie just tries to be as aggressive as he can, so both players from Just Show Up are just too busy trying to deal with him, and that's what they don't notice, the rockets coming in from the likes of Ruputis, and just utilizing again that shield to stabilize now onto the crystal. Final points ticking in their favor, and Just Show Up looks like are going to be forced to bow down here unless they can pull out a wonder. Invisibility coming out from DSK, gets onto the point. Ruputis blows himself up, and that's always a risk when using the rockets.
Oh dear, we could see a comeback here. They know they've got one more opportunity here to try and claw this back, but the problem is Team Cookie know that they've got a bit of time on their hands, but it depends though. He must have taken the DSK. Invalitus is the only one left standing, but they both got the bubble shield up. He's going to get a bit of armor from that as well. He should be getting taken down here. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Brixie also stays alive to make matters even worse. But then again, look at this. DSK dives straight on in, takes him down. Will he? But no, he does not. Oh, Rubik was literally on the smallest amount of health possible and will be able to take that in a 2-0 sweep.
Well, looks like Team Cookie has come today with a mission to win it all. So far, no losses on their side. An amazing comeback story in round number round number one. Round number two here as well. Convincing 2-0 victory. First one we've seen of the day. And I must say, I wasn't expecting that. I really feel like DSK had all the tricks of the trade in his pocket and all the experience to know that that switch up of heroes needs to come in sooner.
I think he should have known that the Pavo is just inevitable to a certain degree, but he should have switched a lot earlier. I think you remember me saying at the start, like, you know, they should probably go for a Pavo, like, you know, as soon as possible, or at least a little bit later in the game. They did do it semi-early, but the problem is if they went halfway through the game and they did it right at the very beginning, like, not in terms of changing the composition, but just having the composition out the gates, that could have been an entirely different game.
Absolutely.
We should be going to a map 3 if that happened.
Yeah, I feel like we also were kind of cheated in that sense. Like, I really was hoping for it. How dare you? I want that number 3. I want all series to go all the way, so at least we know the capabilities, the limits of these players, and how deep that strat book actually goes. You can see the players there now also getting into places for the next round of games. And I think as well, you know, having the setup there where you can see that trophy, see those medals right next to you, really also puts the emphasis on the importance of the event that you're at and just making sure sure that you are bringing your A game when it comes to the actual play. And you know what? Looking back at the qualifying round and thinking about how Rupatis was playing before, I feel like he's learned a lot of new things in this short time span over this week. And definitely you can see the team has put in the time and the effort, that is Team Cookie, just to make sure that they are on par with the best of the best. Last time around, there were some few key mistakes that I could notice. This time around, you know, apart from that first initial, I would say even a fluke game that we saw, now a completely different story, and I would say have become very strong contenders to be the winners here today. Of course, well, we still need to find out what Group B will entail, but that's a slightly different story.
Yeah, yeah, that's entirely different group. And yeah, we'll have to see exactly what happens. But this group in particular, it's like I said, we're going to get clear and key indicators of how things are going to happen and who not only can make out the group but also make it into single elimination. But from what we see before, I thought like Just Show Up will be maybe in Team Cookie's position due to the fact that how quickly and how they adjust in terms of the composition. But Brixie and Rubicus looking very good. Rubicus I've been very impressed with so far, you know, just adding on to what you said earlier on. Yeah. You get some players who are very open-ended, they just go with how they feel. You get some Cookie players, and then you get some players who adapt very well. He adapts not from a hero perspective, but just from what his opponents do and act and the predictability of what his opponents do in terms of their positioning and what they do in certain situations. He picks up on that very, very quickly, and that's a very dangerous player. You may get players like DSK who knows the right composition to change in terms of heroes. Yes. But Rubicus actually knows exactly how to predict what a player's going to do physically rather than just hero in itself. And that's a dangerous territory for any opponent to face. Yeah,
you actually see this in other games as well, specifically from the rocket launcher characters when it comes to, like, you know, knowing how the projectile flies, where it's going to end, predicting your opponent's movement. And I know for the likes of Quake, for example, you know, that's definitely a staple of the genre, right? And it seems to be no different story here as well. Having a strong Pavo on your team seems to be a very difficult thing to deal with, and no matter what character you pick, no matter how you try to approach him, it's a dangerous story. And Rupert has only failed once, blowing himself up, and I don't think it's going to be this case here. And I wonder now, looking at the screen, is this going to be a double dash setup that they're going to be trying to use here against Rupert and Brixie?
Interesting if it is. Like, don't get me wrong, we've seen a lot of players use the Tyrant shot. I know that other shot has been used as well, but I think most players, the Tyrant has been the go-to. Having the dash as well, if you're able to like trap him down and use that dash to stun him for like 1.5 seconds, you can abuse the Tyrant. Some people have been using the Tyrant a little bit too far range, so not as much damage can occur in that statement, but coming in, Brixie comes in straight away, takes up Computer Geek instantly, and Rubicus just find a rocket his teammate just for added bonus, just to make sure, well, for extra insurance, so he said, to make sure that opponent was taken down. But Rudis does clean up the leftovers of what happened in that previous fight. Rubicus is now using that bonus to get the armor, but Computer Geek and Rubicus trying to force that 2v1, pops in straight away, and Rubicus in a world of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Rudis there utilizing the dashes as well to the max, trying to stun his opponents. Brixie notices that the player is low on health, is going to go in for the elimination, and Rupert is now trying to stabilize onto the point, waiting for Brixie to come back. Computer Geek a bit tanky with that Arcs character, will fall eventually, and now Cookie overtaking the control over the Crystal, getting those sweet, sweet points into their pockets in this first game of this best-of-3 series. And I must say, you know, a few things are on the line here for Team Little. They absolutely need to secure this win to try and contest for a spot into the playoffs.
Certainly will do. The exosuit coming out for Computer Geek here just to force his opponents very far away, as Rubicus now just waiting for his teammate to try and get back into the scene, which he has done, but even though he joined the fray a little bit too late, maybe able to take out Rudis, he doesn't, and Rudis is able to recuperate from his losses and be able to at least heal back up. And this is where predictability, you need to be very cautious, you need to think very methodical, especially at the later stages. Like when you're playing against someone like a Hantu and you're weak yourself and it's getting very quiet on the map, you've got to assume that he's going invisible, he's going cloak, and he's going to be rushing down straight away. Exosuit coming out again for Computer Geek, almost cleaning up Rubicus. He knows, but the Exosuit only lasts for 7 seconds, so eventually will be back to normal, which he has done. Get cleaned up straight away. They know about the timings, they know all about that good stuff. Get the objective back straight away. 48-26 in favour of Team Little. And literally it's just chaos left, right and centre here, Martin. Like literally, every time I'm trying to pass it to you, there's literally a constant fight.
No, it's always happening.
But, you know, I'm going to pass it back to you anyway.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say as well, you know, having Hantu, having that invisibility always comes in key. And I must say as well, like whenever I'm playing, I always forget that that's an option. Just suddenly a Hantu behind myself, and I find myself with a grey screen for a few seconds waiting to respawn, which seems to be the story now for Team Little currently. Jihar forced to reset. waiting for the dash to come in and being pushed back as much as possible by Team Cookie here just to, again, maximize the amount of points they were able to get during this push. Now, the exosuit does come out, 7 seconds in play here. Rupetis tries to pop the shield here, gets interrupted with the stun, and Arx is going to fall eventually as well. Brixie with the katana showing us how it is done, even has the little MVP crowd next to him. Now, needs to be careful, shouldn't really get overzealous at this stage in time. There's valuable points taken at the moment, and getting back into the fight now. Team Little jumping into it. Both have switched to more squishy characters. No Pavos, no Arcs on their side of things. Rupetis does manage to get rid of Rudis, but I feel like he doesn't really have the health to try and contest Computer Geek here, and should eventually fall, does go down.
Certainly does indeed. Brixie now coming in for blood. He can smell it in the water now, just trying to push on forward, but he hasn't got the invisibility to try and catch up anyway. 75 to 68. Brixie looking just to try and stay alive for dear life, but not going to happen at all. As Rudis Computer Geek may be able to at least not just take the lead, but hopefully increase it, or maybe even take this entire game. But the choke point, I always talk about the choke point, but the dash cat is probably the best thing to use in order to stop him from pursuing that choke point. Brixie going in again. Should be able to win this little fight, but the only problem is the fact that Computer Geek is doing a good job just dodging and weaving, just abusing that movement in order. Oh, he actually managed to win that outright. Unbelievable.
Well, whilst they do manage to secure, dare I say, the game, yes, they do. Okay, so Team Little does manage to secure that win in this best-of-3 series. You can see as well on the right-hand side, Brixie just putting up an amazing score, 433 from his part. He's definitely been being a big part of why Team Cookie was able to accumulate 75 points. Now, I've had a look at the charts, okay, and it does look like even if Team Little does win here, they don't manage to get out of the group. So for them, it's just like, you know, final goodbyes, making sure that they do get to experience this tournament to the max and having a good time. Definitely learning a few things or so, giving their opponents a hard time at the end of the day. You know, it is a tournament. Even if you are in a position where you might not make it out into the playoff stages, it still doesn't matter. You should put up your best fight. Just show the world what you're capable of. You never know who's watching. Maybe there's some early talent scouts already looking to see if they can pick up a team. Who knows? No. That's always a possibility. So yeah, happy to see that the players are putting up the maximum efforts as they can. These are the final games that you are seeing during Group A. We still will have another group to observe, but I must say, like, time flies super fast in these matches, and it feels like I feel like we're still in round number 1. Yeah,
I kind of feel that way as well. And you know, talking about Team Lil, yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate. Commiserations to them, but congratulations for them to make it into the top 8 into the LAN finals. Anyway, that's an achievement in itself, and of course they won't be going empty-handed. Of course, the prize pool is broken down to all of the top 8 teams here, so at least got something to show for it. But for now, though, it's like I said before, they're technically knocked out. It's mathematically impossible, but it doesn't mean that they can't stop themselves having a bit of bragging rights. But also, if one of the 2 teams are still able to qualify, they could be on a thorn on the side, even though they're out the group stages completely.
Yeah, so let's see how the series continues here. Will Team Cookie be able to run away with a perfect run in Group A, or will have to eventually bow down to someone? We will find out shortly here as the game is commencing. No real surprises coming out in terms of characters. Team Little still sticking to the Dash Hantu combination. On right-hand side, Team Cookie seems like they have found their golden ticket in the form of Pavel and Hantu, and seems to be doing wonders for them at the moment. You can see Brixie already on the point, willing to take it as soon as possible. A big connection yet again comes through. Rupetis almost loses his health there in the process, but they do manage to stabilize and get those first points in.
I was going to say he could have used his bubble shield a little bit earlier, but maybe he only just managed to get that bubble shield. Maybe he already used it previously beforehand. As we're going in now, 15-0 in favour of Team Cookie right at this stage. Remember, they are currently first in the group, so they want to solidify that top seed if they can. Rudis having to deal with that choke point once again. Managed to stun him just a little bit here. Will he be able to take him out? Yes, he does. Finally managed to get involved inside that bubble shield to stop him from replenishing any more armour. As look at that, Brixie diving straight on in. Being very predictable, but at this stage it's working. You've got to get there as soon as possible to contest the objective.
I feel like just watching how Brixie plays, I would have a heart attack at one point, just being oh yeah, I'm on the crystal. Suddenly, Hantu in your face, you're off the crystal, and an absolute chaos ensues. As Computer Geek does manage to trade there 1-for-1. It's actually Rudis that gets the elimination, and Rupetis here as well, just continuously stunned, and with the slither of health remaining, it is Rudis on the point that does get to get the health, but does manage to dodge it. The quick dash of dashes is being used.
Yeah, a quick in and out, I think, scenario, and he's going straight out the server after that little scuffle there. But the problem is, from their side, though, Team Cookie were doing well at the very beginning, but for some reason they're just going in one at a time. I'm not too sure what's going on. I think they're just panicking a little bit, thinking that, you know, at some stage that something's going to happen and they won't be able to contest the objective any further. But they need to calm things down a bit, relax, wait for each other to go on forward. Finally, Rubicus is able to come on in. So it does mean Brixie, again, being very aggressive, a bit too aggressive for my liking, but still able to come out on top. I'd rather him wait for Rubicus to go in forward with the bubble shield and then push on forward after recuperate from his, replenish his health and go on that recovery process. But still tied up so far. Computer Geek going to see if he can sneak and attack him with that invisibility. He does manage to take down one. It's only Rubicus left standing here with that bubble shield. If he can take down at least one of his players, that would be huge, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. But please, Brixie, do not rush straight on in and cause a 2v1. Don't do it.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. No health really there to pick up, and Brixie, yep, does exactly what you told him not to do, and will be forced to reset there. So 57 points now in favor of Team Little. Team Cookie starting to fall behind a bit in this series, and it looks like they are not really too keen to invest themselves too much into it. Brixie, though, will use the invisibility, will try to get rid of Rudis, and even could take this 1v2, but unfortunately will lose out to Computer Geek here. Rupetis 1v2, is this going to happen? A big connection coming out with the rockets, needs to reload them. That of course takes time. Eventually does manage to get rid of Computer Geek there. Brixie comes in as well, and with plenty of shields in their pocket, I feel like they should be able to hold on through the next push as well.
Yeah, they should be able to. They do have the invisibility as well coming out forward. Rubicus is just trying to dash on here. Bubble shield comes out for Rubicus as well. Brixie trying to at least finish the job here underneath, which he does manage to do. Kabuki left all on his lonesome right now. He's going to try and at least make a go of it so that he can at least dish out as much damage as possible. So when they re-engage in this next fight, potentially this could be the last fight for them here. Rudis now, though, still coming in. Brixie waiting on standby. Rubicus just waiting for that bubble shield to come up as well. Perfect timing for that as Computer Geek and Rudis still coming on forward, looking to try and do as much damage as possible, as Rubicus is so weak, but the bait and switch are coming up from Brixie, and Rubicus is so good, but it's not going to be enough. I talked about the previous engagement where they couldn't really do too much, just looking to try and stay alive, but it looks like Computer Geek does finish him, and they've still got a chance for one more opportunity to clean things up, and takes out Computer Geek in the end.
Oh, Brixie absolutely needs to win this engagement if he wants to get the control over the point. It will not happen, and it's Team Little taking this one 2-0. All right, and there you have it. Team Little do manage to get that little commiseration win on their way out, as far as I'm aware of. But Team Cookie, maybe that was the case. Maybe they knew that Team Little cannot really make it through anymore. They weren't really too bothered of investing too much of themselves, you know, saving their resources for the playoffs, not having that like mentality of just investing too much and really leaving the strategizing part for the later stages of the day. Now, we are, I think, if not almost finished, then close to finishing with all the Group A games. So we're just waiting for the results to be updated as we speak. So we'll show you those standings as soon as possible. But I must say, Group A definitely met my expectations of having close games and having that chaos we were talking about in the background. Players have definitely come to play and to win, and you can see that from time and time again. And you can see that, you know, I really didn't think it was going to be the case, but having those Dash and Huntu setups, it seems to be quite popular here, and I'm not really sure what the appeal is. Maybe it's just because of people feel like they're more engaged into the fight that way as well. You know, you kick things off when you start playing SquadBlast with having Huntu to your name as well, so, you know, a lot of people will grow accustomed to the character as well. They're just getting acquainted with the game, kicking things off, and making sure that they can use that invisibility that Brixie has showed us so many times how to do. And of course, with the Tyrant, having that spread out huge fire rate gets your opponents off those crystal points as soon as possible. Now, just so you're aware, after once we'll get through the standing stage, we'll also be able to show you which are the 2 teams that will advance into the playoff stage, and that's where really the things will go into another level. You know, we'll kick things off with payload maps, team deathmatch maps, as well as we do need that in the series.
Yep.
And those are going to be best of 5 series, so it's a bit of a different story. And what's your experience with best of 5s? Like, I feel like it brings out a different character in teams when it comes to like best of 5s rather than best of 3s.
Yeah, the better team will always come out better on a best of 5. The longer the series, the more, you know, the more highly skilled team is going to pursue and be able to take that series. You know, I'm not a fan of best of 1s. Best of 3s I can understand in the early stages, but best of 5, best of 7s, best of 99, you know, that's more kind of my criteria in terms of that kind of thing. And in terms of Group A as well, with Team Cookie, I still think, you know, you made a very valid point. You talk about the strategies to keeping up their sleeve, hiding anything. I do agree with that, but they were also still really trying to a maximum, because the only problem is for Team Cookie is the fact that, you know, if it was me, I want to be the top of this group so that I could play the weaker team, like the second place team, going into the single limb, so it makes an easier road to the grand final. But you can already see from the stats from the group stage of Group A, and Team Cookie, you know, looks like they're going to be at the top of the board, and Nick F and Dash are going to be there as well. So the 2 teams I thought would probably make it through actually end up going for the bottom 2.
Yeah, well, I must say I am slightly surprised about Joshua up. DSK, you know, having the rank 1 player, unfortunately going out there, not making it through into the playoffs. I feel like just don't be too hard on yourself, you know. But other than that, it is, well, it's well earned, in my opinion. Violent definitely showing up with a strong showing in the beginning stages of this group play. And yeah, it is what it is. And that's how the things have gone down currently in Group A, as we are still have to go through another group before we get to see how the playoff bracket will look like. So far so good. Cookie and Violent accordingly seeded like so, and to be updated on Group B standings. And then, of course, I can't wait for the semifinals and the grand finals as well. You know, like having those in a best of 5 in a LAN format always seems to be just bring out crazy emotions in players, and I hope we're going to see that in player cams as well later on in the day. I hope you guys are excited. It is time now to get your drinks refilled, snacks refilled, energy refilled, get a bit of a breather in, and when we come back, it is going to be Group B with more exciting games.
dude.
Running out of time. Circle around the sun, as you're starting done, so just forget it. Oh, 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 oh. All the time you were wasted, being young and acting jaded. Tears of future past, make the moment last. We don't got
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the finals day here in the Goexanimo studios. Live from the stage and from the set is Renars, myself, and Harry here alongside with me. It is SquadBlast Clash for Cash tournament, and we are in the process of finding out who are going to be the best teams advancing into the playoff stage. Harry, you know, we've had this from time and time again, from match to match. Absolute excitement throughout the whole thing. Only 1-2-0 match we've seen so far. All other games have gone the way, and I feel like it's probably going to be the same story when you go to Group B.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too many surprises there. I think a lot of the matches are going to go over distance as well, trying to feel things out again.
Yes.
Another group stage, another bunch of teams where we're going to see any clear indicators of who could be coming out on top and who could really be a real challenge going into the playoff situation in the single elimination bracket later on, which will be best of 5. So, of course, things are going to get even more dicey, and we're going to see a lot more strategies evolving over the course of time, especially with the meta.
Especially with the meta, and especially with coming in different map modes, super weapons being picked up, more chaos ensuing, and that's what it's all about here over in SquadBlast. It is truly a blast watching how these players are getting through the group stage. Well, some unfortunately don't, but at least they get that invaluable experience of having that LAN play happening. You know, it's been some time as well being able to cast the LAN event for myself. You know, I've been slightly off the scene, but now back onto it, and what a better game than SquadBlast to actually kick things off with here. So, as mentioned before, the players, of course, are also fighting for that valuable prize pool of 1,000 euros. They will also get trophies, the first place. The others will get medals to their name, and the very best will also get a bit of a gift from UltraHorse, the developers, and that is a few in-game unique perks that the players will be obtain. A quick rundown on your screens one more time about the teams themselves. You can see Team Little Cookie Violent just show up, Deputies, Beavers, and the Poor Guys, as well as Picnic on your screens. And funny enough that I mentioned Picnic, because that is the team that, due to the seeding, how it has fallen, is going to be the team we will follow more closely as they advance through the stage. But yeah, taking out from the top. So kicking things off with the first game, it is going to be between Deputies and Picnic. On Deputies side, we already briefly talked about them beforehand. You have Localized Suns and added as Chips on their side. Very young team, I would say, on if we look at the averages of ages, right? Both are 14 years of age on the team. So they have that youngster synergy, not like us, the old guys here sitting behind the desk.
Yeah, we're getting
talking about stuff. True. On the other side of things, like Picnic, Deves, and Pechka, slightly older, 16, 17 years of age. There's a bit more life experience, but we'll have to see if will that come into play. And once again, very keen to see same narrative, you know, what are going to be the main heroes that are going to be used by either side of things. Have they learned anything from the previous players? I think they might have had a chance to have a bit of a glimpse, if not in the studio, in the gaming room, at least in their phones, looking at the stream, what is being used, what is the so-called meta here, and how it's all going to go. So I think the players are almost ready to jump into the game, and so are we. But yeah, you know, looking between these two teams, obviously we don't have a clear favorite just yet, and I'm quite keen to see if, yet again, as it is the first match of this group, will we see any nerves coming into play? I always get that excitement whenever I had to play, definitely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, there goes in-game jitters in a LAN environment. It's perfectly understandable. From the last group, we only saw one team making numerous different composition changes, but we need to see a lot more of that. That's when we know that they've got a variety of heroes in their arsenal that can play to the very best of their ability. We're going to see 2 Hantus. That's very interesting. Against a Pavo and an Axe as well. This is going to be an interesting one in itself. We'll have to see how Picnic can do. Double Hantu, though, it's not something we've seen so far yet today. We've seen some Hantu plays, but we haven't actually seen a double, but we're going to find out if that's going to be any help at all into it. But already a lot of damage coming out from the sides of Deputies. Both of them are quite weak, but still got that bubble shield in the exosuit if he stays alive long enough to use. Does get the objective, but the problem is with Pekka, if he gets taken down here, it does mean they have to continue with that 1v2 scenario, which he does not. But look at this, though. Diving on straight on in again, but Pekka's going to be following the suit straight afterwards to try and stay alive. The exosuit does come out, which does mean that for now, Team Picnic need to stand their ground and just keep their distance a little bit.
Yeah, just too much damage to deal with, but an excellent, well-placed shot coming out from Deves, who's hiding under that Goexanimo player 5 nickname. They forced to slightly play on a different account, probably forgot to take his double authentication password phone with him. No worries, the studio can provide you with everything, and same can Local as soon as there are huge connections coming out with the rocket launcher there. Pekka almost losing his life in the process, and Localize is able to stabilize a bit, getting those valuable points in yet again for his team deputies. And Pechka almost goes down, will eventually fall, and Deves now struggling to find a lifeline there, doesn't manage to really reach out for that health back.
Considering how much health they had, I'm surprised they even took one of them down, let alone
right.
two. But they are still going to continue sticking with the double hand-to composition right now. Going to push on for just that invisibility to try and catch him off guard. But the bubble shield is not going to do Team Picnic any favours. Both of them taken down in sync. And now they can just chill and get ready for that next engagement, as they are going to continue with the double hand-to setup. They're now going to decide how they're going to push in together. Looks like they're going at the exact same time. Bubble shield comes up instantly. So does the exosuit. So matters getting even worse here. Completely cleaned up. Team White, great stuff here from Deputies. A very strong showing in this series from the beginning.
Yeah, this is something that we've mentioned time and time again, right? Having such a tanky setup playing against you, like in the likes of Pavo and Arx, is just super difficult to do anything when you have two Hantus playing, trying both to use the invisibility to the max and doing a good job pushing the players off the control point at the moment, even grabbing control for themselves. That is Team Picnic. And Localize now staying healthy, staying still in line of challenging the point so far, doing an absolutely great job at it as well. Does manage to get one elimination in the process, and here comes already Adidas with another few rockets on top, even gets the pistol to finish things off here into stabilizing again. 75 points already for Deputies, and Picnic having a hard time getting back into this match. Even the exosuit now coming out.
Certainly does indeed manage to keep his opponent away at bay, but not for long now, as his teammate comes straight on forward and going to force that 2v1 situation. Does finally take the objective, but the problem is it too late? Now, on a huge deficit, almost 30 points, 84 to 35 now, as they're looking to see if they can catch him off guard early on, but it's not going to happen. But they are going to force him to go above, going to dive straight on in. Good stuff there, using that Tyrant to the best of its ability. Of course, the further away you are with the Tyrant, it's not going to do as much damage. That's why he jumps in straight away. But will it be able to come out on top? Which is still able to seal that objective, just to being as proactive as possible. But let's go very back and forth. Going to be stuck at that choke point. Again, that Goex player, if it's Davish, is just looking to see if he can try and clean up. No, he does not. Both get taken down. Adidas is going to be the one who has to take the objective, take them both down, and Picnic may have one more opportunity now to try and contest the objective.
Yeah, they'll have to be incredibly quick and jump heads into the fight. We know they love to do it, so it's a matter of surviving right now. It's going to be very difficult with so many rockets coming through your way. And Deves will fall there as well, and we can crown Deputies the winners in this first game of this best-of-3 series. A convincing win, I must say, 100/51, going up against those double Hantu setups there. And one thing to note here as well, you can see that on the side of on Local Suns and Adidas chip sheet, just the distribution of points just goes to show that both of these players are continuously on the point, making sure those points keep falling into their favor. And as said before, yeah, you know, when you have a Pavo with a shield up and an Arx with an exosuit already dressed up, what can you do, man? Like, it's just impossible.
That's when you've got to switch. That's when you know that, you need some kind of tankier composition. I'm very surprised I stick with double hand too. Maybe it's because, it's like I said, there can be a lot of character loyalty, so maybe they're hoping to make things work with what they've got in their arsenal. But even then, though, it gets to a point, doesn't it, where they switch to a Pavo or Nigel, or maybe, actually replicate it, have a mirror set up and actually go with the Pavo and the Axe as well. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to. Using the full abuse of the bubble shield and getting the armor from that as well. We saw it time and time again, but this is where they need to switch up from that double hand-to setup. But this is where they need to try and switch that Pavo and Nigel, or double Pavo, or maybe having a dash in play to dash in to at least stun them to get some of those shots into play. So a lot of little things they can do. It's been very tough for them. I'm not surprised I've not seen any Leica as of yet, but I do feel like Leica as a hero, there's going to be someone in the future in this game where they're going to heavily abuse Leica and be able to use it to its full degree, its full purpose, and get a huge amount of damage done. But I don't think many players are too confident or comfortable as of yet, which is why they're going to the the usual suspects, you know, the hand to
Well,
the axe, the pavo, the dash,
Leica does
etc.
have a relatively long reload time as well, so, you know,
Yeah.
if you do miss that one shot, it might be crucial time missed here. And when it comes to crucial time and conquest specifically, you absolutely need every second you can get on that point, and you need to be careful with how you're going to approach things. It looks like Picnic are still keen to start things off same as before, so no changes in lineup as of yet. Same story for Deputies, and of course having that 1 point security already in their pocket, there's really no reason for them to switch up anything, at least for now. They're going to be jumping onto the point here. No abilities being used as of yet, as they are still on cooldown. The initial fight does go in the way of Picnic. It seems so, as Adidas does blow up himself in the process, and there we go. Picnic getting those first few points for themselves.
I like what Picnic did as well. They made sure to waste a lot of their ammo beforehand, and when they need to reload, they can just dive straight on in, and then they can abuse the speed and the agility of the Hantu as well. Trying to back away, but will he finish him? Yes, he does. Gets cleaned up just before he trades to his teammate. Have to see how Devish will do now against Adidas to see what he can do. He's going to go straight with the exosuit. No mucking around here. Does a lot of damage down. Takes him down and actually does a fair amount of damage to Pekka as well. Actually takes them both down. If they just waited for the exosuit to deplete in terms of time, because it does take 7 seconds, then that could have been an entirely different story. But just got a little bit too aggressive there. Was worried that, you know, maybe they need to do something there and then rather than being too predictable and wait for a round until the exosuit does deplete. But Pava, though, speaking of weak, actually, in the end, Devish is still very weak as well. He needs to try and stay away. He needs to replenish his health once again. And I think that's just biding his time, just trying to wait for his teammate to come back and just help out with that bubble shield with the Pavo later on.
Yeah, almost puts himself in a beneficial situation there in that choke point with the rockets. Obviously, Hantus cannot do really much there. Did manage to put through a few good shots coming out from the Hantus, getting rid of localized Suns. Sorry, Adidas cheap shoot for just a brief moment. He's already back there. Exosuit is going to come out here, and Deves can't really do much at the moment. Forced to wait for his teammate. Will steal a few goodies on the side of Deputy's map, and now coming back into it, just trying to ensue as much as chaos as he can. Localized will blow himself up due to the splash damage of the rocket launcher, and Pechka here able to stabilize. So far so good, I would say, for Picnic. Somehow making it work with the double Hanzo setup this time around.
Yeah, the problem was, for the side of Deputies, you saw there that Loka just used that bullshit a little bit too late, and as he initiated, pretty much got taken down straight away, so couldn't get the armor he wanted, couldn't get the shield he wanted either. But Loka now, all he needs to do is just bide his time. Just keep his distance, do some damage from long range, keep him guessing, just make him just dodge and weave here and there, and then wait for his teammate to come on forward, which Adidas has done just in a nick of time. But still got a little bit of time. Speaking of to have an exosuit, but now he has to wait for Loka once again. But it's got a fair amount of damage done. He could just push it with the exosuit in a 1v2 situation. It's going to come up any second now. Will he use it or will he save it? He really needs to use it now. He hasn't got the HP, but doesn't use it in time. But Loka can still push on forward, but it's just not going to happen. He's going to try and contest it, which he does technically, but not enough, as Red Team does win. That will be Pinnick coming out on top.
Well, that does mean our favorite part of the day is getting closer, and that is going to be game number 3 in the series. Meantime, you can see Deves on the side of Picnic has done the vast majority of damage this time around, 2,500 almost in terms of damaged points. And yeah, good job coming out from the double hunter setup. You know, we were kind of speaking about beforehand that they need to switch things up this time around. It seemed to be that they almost tried to switch the way how they approach these fights. One of the hunters would try to go invisible and try to divide the opponents and kind of distract them, so kind of force them to turn their backs, and then the other hunter comes into play and kind of shoots them in the back in return. So at least that seems to be working for them for the time being. Question is now, will a team Little switch anything up or no?
I still feel like on the other side of the double Hantu plays, they're still at a disadvantage, but they chose the right times to work around it and adapt, like you saw before, where they're wasting their rockets first. We know there's a long reload time, because that's when they can engage, or they try and wait for the bubble shield. There's times they could have waited for the exosuit as well, but I don't think they know how long the timing is until they can re-engage and wait for them to come out the exosuit afterwards. But I think they probably will realise that over time, but so far so good. I don't think we're going to see any composition changes at all. I think they do feel like for Loka and Adidas as well, is the fact that the Arcs and the Pavo setup is perfectly fine, in my opinion. I don't think there's any issues with that. But it's got to use the bubble shield a little bit earlier before the fight re-engages and commences once again. And also the exosuit, again, that's been timed fine. It's just the bubble shield. If you know that they're on spawn, about a couple of seconds after they've respawned, that's when you should use it, because basically it's like a threat mechanism, just to rely that pressure even though you're not dealing any damage.
Well, that and the fact that even having the smallest amount of shield will negate a significant amount of damage, right? So you always want to have, just even if a little bit of shield is possible to obtain, that is definitely going to be a factor. Second thing as well, you know, during this game that we just saw, Adidas did blow himself up like 3 times. That definitely didn't help.
I didn't miss that.
That definitely didn't help.
I'm sure the crowd
so
missed that
yeah,
either.
you know, it's kind of almost summarizes my personal gameplay there, because I like it. Definitely when I started, I blow myself up so many times using the rocket launchers. That's one thing to keep in mind, right?
We'll let you off.
Yeah,
we'll let you off.
thanks.
That's all right.
But yeah, great job overall coming from Team Picnic, making sure things are nice and interesting for us here and taking us to game number 3. Of course, I wonder now as well, like, what is the storyline for players coming into game number 3? They're like, okay, we've stabilized now. This is the approach that we need to take. And probably just keep on banging on in the same way. And good job as well for them in terms of just staying alive after a fight. So when it's close to an end of the fight, knowing when to back off, not really over-engaging that much, apart from those initial engagements where you can just see just one of the hunters going crazy, jumping in, making chaos, and making room for the other
I think one of them had 2,400 damage. That was
exactly.
night and day difference compared to what we normally saw.
That's Deves, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, in terms of the adaptation, they made sure to let them waste their rocket first. You know, there's that reload time. That's that window of opportunity to dive on in and be able to do anything they can in order to re-engage and take the objective. As long as they do that again and more, then it should be fine. We just need to see more of them stealing their mid packs and ammo. And if they can't, then at least pull back. There's nothing wrong with pulling back and be able to, you know, replenish your health. There's no reason for that at all. It's either you do that or you take a really weak fight and then you have to respawn 10 seconds later, which is just not worth it.
Yeah, weak fights don't really work out usually in your favor in this game now. So unless you're either incredibly lucky or do some trickery, get involved into that fight, it's not really going to pan out in your favor. Let's see who is first onto the point here, as both teams are out of the gates, and looks like Deves is ready to approach. 3 rockets, near miss for him. Another successful dodge. Unfortunately, Pechka is going to take the vast majority of that damage. Does manage to secure some the crystal for the time being for himself, but still, I almost thought he's going to manage to stay alive, but the localizations there with a precise shot out of the pistol. And
looking around the armor again as well, whilst being inside that bubble, this could be curtains here for Pinnick once again, but does he stay alive? Devis just managed to get away from that, brings out the exosuit. Hopefully they won't try and engage. He realises that as well. Just bide his time, wait for his opponent to sandwich him before pursuing the objective once again. But Adidas still looking to stay alive, doing a great job so far, holding his own and be able to get the objective with Loka just jumping in the action just towards the end. But that was a huge amount of help from them. As we know, it's currently 1-1 in this series. Next game will take this entire series 28-6 now, diving with invisibility to try and catch him off guard, which is huge because with the invisibility, with the Tyrant, you need to be close range with that weapon. If you get up close and personal, it's going to do a serious amount of damage. But for Devis, though, he needs to sit back once again. But the problem is he's so weak at this point. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and kick him out the objective.
Yeah, I mean, he's tried to approach his opponent several times now, and those rockets continuously prevent him from doing so. Now using the visibility, getting up and close and personal. Both kills come through very quickly, and now finally the points can start racking in favor of Picnic. But like 53 against 11 currently for Deputies, you know, I feel like they're not going to be too sad about the result. Currently understand that they just need to reset. That's the bubble that you spoke about, coming out nice and soon, getting those armors through and mitigating some of that damage. That's the first knife elimination coming through here as well. Pechka trying his best to stay alive and to keep on the point in favor of Picnic. Not going to happen this time around. And we do have Deves respawn now coming in. It's going to be another pincer movement.
It certainly is indeed. Literally right next to an invisibility. Good chance of that. Oh my god, the bubble shield and the exosuit coming out straight away. Feel sorry for one of the players from Picnic. I think it was actually Devis in the end. He probably thought, right, perfect timing. I'm literally in between both of them, and then I've got the timing as well in hand. Instead, exosuit, bubble shield comes out in an instant, and it's going to be a cause for concern. But they need to progress quickly because they don't want to have it again. And they've got a bubble shield out once again, but already been taken out. Both been cleaned up here. It's going to be a tall order for a comeback. Need to try and scrape 60 points just to tie things up, let alone be able to take the lead.
Yeah, and there's a problem currently for a Team Picnic in the sense that they cannot really obtain any armor currently, already having respawn, and it's not going to be the same story for Deputies as the bubble is popped at the moment. Exosuit comes out as well. A huge push towards the point, and looks like Deputies might have just done it. I think Picnic will have another chance and have another go at the crystal here, but that is going to be the very final push, and I need to run into it as soon as possible. Both players on the spot right now, instantly blown up, and that is going to be all she wrote. And there you have it. What a game on our hands already straight out the gates, and that is exactly what I was saying. You know, the expectations once again have been met. It was a 3-game series, and what a close end to it to finish things off. So great start overall from the players. Definitely, you know, having that round 1 game through, I feel like it was also slightly a bit of a relief for both teams, regardless of them, if they have won or no. At least you kind of know now where you stand in the group and what you have to deal with, what are the emphasis points that you need to work on a bit more, and what is the thing that is going to allow you to proceed in this series. So the next game that we're going to look at is going to be yet again Picnic, as mentioned before, due to the seeding, going up against Beavers this time around. So for Picnic, you know, nice try overall, but at the end in game number 3 we did see again that double Hunter setup just not really working out against the insane amounts of damage you know, the arcs and power was able to provide, and it was just such a strong combination. I feel like this is going to be probably like your meta run when it comes to a conquest map.
Yeah.
Understandably so. I'm still waiting for a Sony pick. I want to see those turrets.
I do as well, but the problem is it's very debatable, isn't it? Because he's more of a support character in terms of that retrospect, but the problem is if you can't get those turrets down quick enough, or, you know, you're never alive enough to do enough damage with it, then it's like you're talking about 2 different points, and it's very, very tough. But at the start of the game, you did see a lot of Sonys, but you don't see it as much anymore. As you can see there, Deputies and Porgos currently in pole position to go into the single elimination bracket. Beavers and Pinnacle have still got plenty more to play for. They've still got 2 more games in hand to try and bring this back. And funny enough, as you said previously, we are going to see Picnic and Beavers. So for which one of these 2 teams are going to win, so give them a bit of breathing room and a bit of space to think about how they're going to play in their next matchup later on as well. Yeah,
so for both teams, obviously super, super important match coming into it. I feel like Beavers, even though they have taken a slight loss in the first match against the poor guys, you know, it was a match against very high ranked players, and definitely no lower themselves on the likes of Beavers, you know, having Electronic and Joker SK. They're well versed in the game as well. I can tell you I've gone against Electronic a few times now, and all times it's been a very close affair, and I must say the man really knows his stuff. So it is not going to be a simple story here for Picnic. Yet again, I do not expect them to switch things up. Is it going to be the case? No, it is still a double Hunter setup, and this is the double Pavo setup that we were discussing at the beginning of the day, going through the teams, right? Coming out from Beavers, what can double Hantus do here against them? Though I do see that there is a Sony there, so I wonder now, will that remain?
Funny enough, I love how the Sonys appeared for the first time so far today, and you said you'd like to see one.
They heard me, you know, like...
Clearly they have entirely. So yeah, we're going to see if the turret's going to make any kind of difference. If the double Pavo setup, a lot of armor is going to be to their name, especially when they both initiate that bubble shield. But when one of the players taking a huge amount of damage, so that's one of the Pavos taken down, and that's Electronic, because Joker now looking to try and stay alive, has managed to pick up the objective. He could actually clean up both players here, which he has done. Ooh. Great stuff there from Joker, just clean up the field nicely. And what the great thing about that is the fact that now his teammate can now join with the rest of the fray, and they've got the bubble shields up and ready. I would have liked it if he actually stuck with his teammate and used that to give his teammate armor as well, but it doesn't matter. At this stage, they're in a good running so far with a nice little lead to start things off in this series.
Yeah, they've actually both popped their bubbles simultaneously there, so just kind of charged each other themselves up. In the meantime, though, Electronic does manage to get an elimination, but Pechka there with a crucial crucial katana elimination on his side allows for Picnic to grab onto the point, and for what seemed to be is going to be a heavy engagement in favor of Beavers, does look like a Picnic do manage to turn the tide. Now, Deves needs to be careful with his positioning here. Peshka almost kind of baits his teammate into sudden death there, as Pavo is following up and trying to get him out of the way. Will finally do so in the form of a knife elimination, and Joker now just needs to fire a few rockets. Big connection coming through onto Deves. No health remaining at all. He's still keen to at least try and get Electronic out of the fight. Will not happen. Just a barrage yet again of rockets is too much to deal with, you know, and having also those two different kind of type of projectiles they can shoot on the side of Beavers, I think is a very strong combination. You know, either 3 rockets at the same time or 6 rockets in a chain. That's just, how can you even go through that? There's so many things you can dodge.
This is what I mean by a composition change as well, but it looks like one of them has actually finally switched to a Pavo, which is going to be a huge impact to their gameplay now to be able to contest this objective. Just trying to go back and forth. A few melee attacks here and there. It's getting a little bit sparse. Finally gets taken down. Pekka's there, but he now knows it's too little too late. And look at this, though. 75-17, a huge lead coming out from Beavers now, and they've got the bubble shield replenishing their armor once again. It comes in with the invisibility, but it might be too little too late. They have sandwiched both their opponents, but they both got to decide who they're going to go for first. It looks like they are going to go for one of the players there in Devis, but Pekka now looking to see if he can do anything more. He cannot. It looks like it's going to be a nice, clean win here for Beavers in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff coming out. And this is the strength of chaining those shields that we mentioned beforehand. You can see as well, you know, in terms of points on the side of Peshka and Deves, well, score tells you a story of how much time they did manage to get onto that point, right? Like,
yeah, my goodness.
Not much, really. And Joker as well coming in with strong damage dealt overall. And as I said, there's just only so many rockets you can dodge before one will hit. And if it's the combination of 3, that's it. Like, that's your health bar gone and no chance back into it. But as you mentioned, you know, we did see one of the Pavos being picked up instead of one of the Hantus on the side of Team Picnic. So hopefully that's a trend that is going to continue here, and that might be the way out. I think it's a matter of just mirroring right now their opponents and just go full-out Pavo battle.
Could do. You know, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen it, and I'm sure it won't be the last time either. But they need to stick to having that Pavo and Hantu setup. Like that. The double Hantu, it just... I'm not saying it doesn't work, but like you need to be so methodical about how you want to pursue it. You need to let them waste their rockets first. As soon as they reload, then you go in, but then you're going to wait for the bubble shields at the same time to deplete, or make sure that it has already been used previously before the engagement started. And the only other thing is the fact that you're going to have to give them that additional objective time in order to continue with that aggression. It's extremely tough. Like I said before, you can make it work, but you need to be extremely methodical about it, and you've got to, you know, take into effect like the circumstances and the position you'll be in as well. So a lot of patience is required, but it depends if you have the patience for it. It looks like they are going to the double Hantu versus the double Pavo setup, as we saw at the very beginning. That just feels so much game. So yeah, back to normal.
yeah, back to normal. Whatever they're comfortable with, jumping back into the match, and I think it's just a matter of like trying to get Beavers into a difficult position, trying to get them away and divided so they're not standing shoulder to shoulder. Oh, never mind me. It is a Sony coming out here from Deves, and Pechka already close and personal with the shotty, trying to deal as much as damage as he can. Cannot do so successfully. Electronic just too strong of a hit being dealt right now, chaining the bubbles together as well, supporting each other in that way, and it just goes to show yet again why the double Pavos are very, very strong. Now, they need to make sure they don't run out of rockets preemptively firing like that, but it seemes to be that they are on par in terms of making sure they pick up all the little bits and pieces they can find.
Yeah, they're trying to play it safe, spamming the rockets, but it's like you said as well, like at some stage, if they run out of ammo, it's not going to be a huge amount they can do here. Is Devis now just trying to back away? Joker is having absolutely none of it. He wants to continue the aggression, but look at this, he actually pushes into the choke point, but Joker knows full well just to back away and just bide his time for now, but he's going to get sandwiched from behind. But one of the players have already been taken out, so Pekka's just running with the tail between his legs to see what he can do. You've got to deal with 2 bubble shields at this point. So much armor and barely taken any damage either. So now looking to go and pursue once again. But look at this, 51-0. No points on the board at all in the slightest. Joker looking to try and get away, but managed to stab him down in any way, shape or form. And look at this, both of them coming in. Both of them are going to keep him in that choke point. They don't want to be there too much longer, but they're going to replenish their armor once again. And this is looking pretty dicey here for Picnic, and it's just not looking too good. This is where composition has to change up now.
Absolutely, and there we go. Peshka gets launched into oncoming rockets as well, so just shots from both sides, and Deves can't really do much in this situation. Yet again, is going to be forced off the point. And will this be the very first clean sweep of the day that we managed to see? Will this be 100-0, or will Picnic somehow manage to overtake this point? Just so many bubbles onto the point with the crystal as well. It's just like 3 huge circles, just basically everyone's seeing red at the moment, and Pechka will fall to Electronic. Bit of a sword battle going on there between Joker and Deves. Unfortunately, he cannot do enough, and that is it. Beavers stealing the show, 2-0. Yeah, man, after that game, I must say, I see myself as a viewer just taking notes, just be like, okay, double pavos, that is exactly what I want to do.
Double hand to avoid
double
that, like
huntos, not going to work this time around. It's just, yeah, you know, a meta is being formed right in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, as well as an esports scene. I must say, I'm, again, super thankful for UltraHorse for providing us with such an amazing event already. A big attendance in terms of players and people really willing to put time and effort into it. Yeah. Again, highlighting just the fact of how many hours alone DSK has put into the game. You know, rank 1 player, not for naught. And yeah, these players are definitely no less. These are like top 10 players that we just saw battling it out between each other. Still few games ahead of us in Group B, and of course the players are fighting for the chance of getting into that playoff stage where things are going to get a bit more spicy. And I'm actually incredibly cannot wait actually to jump into the a payload map, because not for the sake of just change of scenery, but also for the fact of seeing like how things will change. Because I feel like, again, you know, going through the player cards, so many people love playing Conquest. I feel like Conquest, in my opinion, is easy in that sense that you just have a single thing to worry about. When it comes to payload, it's like pickups, moving the card, where's your enemy, and things like that coming into play, where it's really going to show like how aware players are.
Yeah, if there's a way to increase the wide variety of strategies across the board, payload is what you want to go to. Like Conquest, it's simple but effective. It's a lot about counters and how to try and like recuperate from your losses in certain degrees and not going in single files. It's all about playing the numbers and coordination. It's very heavily surrounding that at all. And yeah, you are right though. There is a meta being formed over the course of time, and you've got to really be cautious on what engagements you take. Sometimes there may be some players who will literally force themselves to die just so that they can change characters. Because they know that just literally bashing their head against a brick wall to a certain point. And you know, talking about payload, and you were talking about the players as well. I saw that sparkle in your eye when I talked about the best of 5 and the playoffs. I've not really seen that from someone, but I thought that was quite funny. I meant to mention it earlier, but I completely forgot for the life of me. But yeah, this is where we need to see more composition changes. This is where we need to see more variety of heroes coming into play. That double hand-to setup clearly doesn't work, but the counter loyalty, you kind of feel like with some players, they want to go to something which is their personal favourite, what they prefer, even if it does get heavily countered by certain other heroes, depending on what their opponents are going to play with.
I wonder if there's another factor that we actually haven't discussed, but it's something always been a part of LAN environments. That's the opportunity of seeing your opponent eye to eye on the stage, or in this case, in the gaming room. And I just wonder, is there any banter going on in between the plays as well? You know, trash talk, maybe. That's also part of the game. You know, just getting into the head of your opponent, making sure you're using all the advantages that you can in that LAN environment as well, and just making sure that, I don't know, for instance, just as soon as you get an elimination, just stare them down, just making sure that they know what is happening.
Yeah, it's 1-0 in the series, just to let you know.
yeah, just if you haven't seen it on the top of the screen.
See outside the groups.
Yeah, speaking about the groups and the results here, this is the current standings that you see on your stands. on the stage. Round 2 games in parallel to the Picnic Beavers match that we just observed. The Poor Guys have managed to win over Deputies 2-0. So both Beavers and Deputies sitting at 1 win, 1 loss. The Poor Guys so far 2-0. And as I think I highlighted as well when introducing the teams, you know, from the Poor Guys, Maders and Norbertus, both very incredibly gifted players already so early in the game. Mechanically wise, I definitely see them as one of the contenders for the title here. For Picnic, we've been following them from round 1 to round 2 games. It is going to be round 3 as well, where they're going to go up against the Poor Guys. And I'm incredibly excited to see how will they fare up against them. Because, you know, obviously, Poor Guys, so much knowledge behind the game and so much skill already involved. Picnic, not so much a good of a start so far. I wonder, will that get into their heads and not allow them to show their best performance?
I think statistically or just mathematically, it's not possible for them to qualify now going with that 0-2. And the fact that even if they did, having to beat the leaders in the group so far, we've not even seen these guys play yet. And Marders and Norbus, I'm very curious to see exactly what they do in game. Double like, okay, so we've been talking about we've not seen any Leica at all. Okay, we didn't really see much Sonny either. And I did mention as well, I think Leica is a hero which can definitely be heavily abused. They could actually change just before this. They could be trolling at this point, but I'm not really too sure. But it looks like they are going to stick by. And I do feel like the Poor Guys have realised that they are going to guarantee the goods. But you can see, I did think it was a troll. So they haven't switched to the dash and
I was
the
so excited.
setup. I was, but I was like, I don't believe they've been using double Leicas going into this. I don't believe that at all, especially with all the tankier compositions we've had so far. So going straight in, already going in knees deep, 15 seconds in, already getting that objective early on. And the Pavas will be able to join the rest of the fray. And I'd love this as well, just stealing their ammo and HP so they can't go back and recover as much as they would like. Good first kill already, again coming up for Marder, so just keeping him in that choke point where the Pavas now can abuse that, get some rockets in. But they always have that potential to be sandwiched, so a little bit cautious there. Has got his armor up and looking very good already. Good bait and switching, but Marder is just playing around with his food at this point, just keeping back and forth. As we mentioned there, they are sandwiched, but Pavas is getting taken down there. Marder takes down one. Norbert's just biding his time, taking that choke point. Lovely shot there coming out there from the likes of Madas. And yeah, very fast-paced action and looking very strong from the get-go.
Yeah, pay close attention to how Madas actually plays Dash. He is incredibly good with that Dash ability combo into Katana Slash. So Dash Slash coming out of him, that is something that he's incredibly good at doing. And it's really kind of his like signature move, I would say, at this stage. Now, Norberto's doing a great job there, picking up the both low health players. Needs to be careful, almost blew himself up there in the process, but does manage to stabilize with that health pack. Shield bubble coming out as well, getting those shields in for himself and for his teammate. Madars Pechka now coming in with Deves, looking to see if they can deal some damage. They do have one of the Hantos switched up over to a Pavo, so that's hopefully going to alleviate some of the pressure on their shoulders, though already seeing it at 82 points. The Poor Guys are looking to secure a confident win here.
It certainly is. 84-0 at the moment. Even with the starting armor, but the fact that Picnic are getting respawn, they're just not able to make anything work, and no really many ideas for them to try and make this comeback happen. They're going to make a last go of it here. They've still got a lot of armor to the name, but it's way too late to contest that objective. 100-0 in that first game. My word. And look at the damage from Marcus as well. 2,000. The fact that, okay, we've seen quite a lot of high damage players in games anyway, but the fact that he got 2,050 damage in that short space of time, being so proactive around the map, just been a real thorn on the side of both players on Picnic.
Yeah, and in every sense of the word, this was the fastest game we have seen up today.
I thought the last one was.
So, yeah, I thought the last ones were quick. And oh, never mind. It is Madars with Norbertus coming in and showing why they are leaders of Group B so far and why they're definitely going to be the contenders for the title here for Picnic. Alas, it didn't work out just yet. One more game for them to give it another go. They did make that switch up towards Pavo, so again, having that sooner into the game might have been a slightly different story, but just so much dashes going through from the hero Dash as well, just being all over the place, being a nuisance, hard to point at, hard to shoot at, making sure that you have to follow up, then the stuns follow through with the Dash itself as well, and it's just continuously a problem for them. And in the meantime, Norberto is just like, yeah, if anything, like, I have my bubble up, so come stabilize, you know, it's like, if it's a bad day. So super cool stuff to see, and you know, I would be scared if I would be in the playoff bracket looking to see if I have to go against
this is why I said it's very important to be first in that Group A, because this is probably not a team you want to match just yet, because you want to see how they perform in the payload matches and some of the other different maps, because obviously there's going to be a variety of strategies coming forward, and you want to see what shenanigans they get up to in terms of their composition, their map choices, the position they are. So there's a lot of things to take into account there, and I shouldn't be trolling once again here. But I've noticed that even though they're saying they're going to go to the double pavo setup, they could have done that about 6 games ago, but we're supposed to go back to the double hand two anyway. So
True.
We're going to see exactly what composition they're going to come out with from the gates. It looks like they are going to be sticking with this. Okay, the dash is going to come out instead of the like. What a surprise there. But they are going to go for a double pavo setup. And do you know what? Why not? It's been working against them for the entirety of every series of every game so far. They might as well try it themselves.
Yeah, it's called improvise, adapt, overcome, right? As the saying goes. And in this case, Norbertus, excuse me, does manage to successfully eliminate his opponent there. It's a bit of a Pavo one-on-one, and the knife is actually be the name of the game here. And Antu comes out. That's a bit of a switch up from Mother, so he wants to utilize that invisibility, that surprise factor just a bit more. And Deves is stuck in no man's land there, will get sandwiched, and Peshka is going to be forced here to try and fall back. They don't even allow him to go to base to heal up, and Mother's just once again being in the face of their opponents. What even is a point at this point for Team Picnic? Where is that crystal? They don't even know where it's at.
No, they certainly don't at all. And had a single point on the board, which has been very unfortunate for them. Switching to a hand two now and a Pavo. They're literally going on a mirror matchup. Pekka just trying to stay alive to the best of his ability and value his life until his teammate can come back. But Maders is like, you are not going back. I'm going to chuck you back on spawn anyway. And what a way to clean that up. Maders has just been incredible from the get-go. Just really abusing that time to its full effect here, and just using that pistol as well in order to try and keep him at bay, but finally gets taken down. Took a while here, but in the end it does manage to make it work. 75-0. I don't really see anything happening at the moment, but it looks like this could be a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, one final push coming out from Team Picnic, jumping onto the point. They quickly try and get a push Deves away from it. Picnic in the meantime cannot really find a way how to stabilize. Deves will fall. It's only Pechka remaining here. 9 points for the poor guys to obtain, and it is not going to be the case here. It's the poor guys with 2-0 win.
Yeah, looking to go for 2-0, not too shabby.
And there you have it. That is Group B for you, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess you already see, well, we can all see who the favorites were clearly in Group B at the moment. But let us know in the chat as well who are your favorites, because obviously we need to know who the public is voting for, you know. Who is being represented the most here.
Who cares about our opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we're just here to speak about what we see. Like, we care also to know who are you rooting for. There are a lot of different cities being represented here as well. You know, players came to the studios from across the country. So let's see who manages to turn out on top of that. On your screens, you can see the players still in the gaming room blast. Last shots being made, last points being obtained, and very quickly we'll be able then to update you on the final standings of Group B. But it's safe to say that the poor guys have gone through in a 3-0 fashion.
We can guarantee that anyway, and I think we can
given.
guarantee they'll probably play second place or whoever comes out in Group A. And you saw the studio there as well, and you can see the LAN environment there and how it looks. Looks incredible, doesn't it? So such a good setup.
Yeah, the atmosphere, the lights, the fact that you are so close to your opponent, as I said, like, it's always a matter of just looking in your opponent's eyes and making sure that, you know, you see who you're playing against. I think we do have a chance to jump into one more ongoing game. It is Deputies 1-2 Beavers 1 in the series. So let's see if we can jump in and see how that will finalize.
Yeah, this is the winner of this will make it to second place, won't they?
So
whoever comes
so
out
this is
on
an
top
important
on
match.
this,
So let's see if we can jump in and see who is taking the initiative over there. Just a few more seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll go through the final Group B standing. So still, fates are being met and decided as we speak here. So very excited to see how this will all pan out, and then finally we'll be able to proceed with the juicy part of the day of the semi-finals and grand finals slightly later on. So far, an amazing event, I must say. Like, you know, a huge support as well from the community, and happy to see so many people engaging. Now, is this going to be a Pavo type of event? It seems to be the case now. Only one ARCS player, and everyone else is sitting on Pavo. So, everyone's a rocket launcher user, so that's not going to really help us trying to follow through whose rockets are who. It's just going to be absolute chaos on the field.
Certainly will be indeed. And if that's correct, this is actually game number 3. So this is the one game which is going to decide who's going to make it second place and go through into the single elimination bracket in terms of the players and guarantee themselves a top 4 position. Already going back and forth, one of the players of Deputies has already been taken down. Locus looking to try and stay alive as Adidas was taken down earlier on. It looks like Electronic hoping to try and catch him on that choke point, but Loka doing a good job of just trying to stay alive, trying to do a little bit of damage from down below whilst they replenish their armor in the meantime. But he does have his bubble shield as well, but look at the amount of damage they're doing so far. But the exosuit does come out into fruition. Bubble shield comes up for their side as well. The exosuit is going to run out any second now, and then they're going to try and take advantage of that. The only problem is it too late? No, it's not. It manages to stay alive, keep the objective intact, and Locust coming in straight away to try and trade things off.
Yeah, Electronic trying to pick up that health pack, making sure that he can survive. Pops the shield as well here, so the crystal not still taken by Deputies, and Beavers do manage to stabilize yet again. Now, Adidas needs to be careful here, cannot get overzealous, and needs to wait for his teammates so they can stabilize, go in together. Mecha comes out. Huge damage being dealt on the side of Beavers. They are forced to fall back, wait it out. Almost tried to deploy a turret there by Joker. It doesn't really pan out in their favor. Still, both teams are fully alive and playing. And now, finally, Adidas will fall. Localize soon will be able to trade there. Electronic stabilizes. And doesn't really manage to get elimination there. It's a bit of a brawl happening with the knives out. No guns, no shots. And Electronic dodging that bullet. Another one as well. And that's the turret finally deployed.
Yeah, it took a while. We did for a turret earlier on, but it got destroyed straight away. So this is what they need to be a little bit careful with. Exosuit comes out once again. Locust directly behind him, though. And it should be okay for them to try, and they'll counteract that, no problem. But the only problem is Electronics to try and stay alive. Does take down one, so that's going to give him a bit of breathing room here. As Joker was also trying to help out a little bit more, but gets taken down straight away. Loka managed to finish things off in that little scuffle, and that last bout is going to help him continue to get a little bit more points on the board. Still 42 to 33 currently, but as you can see, as we mentioned earlier, this is the final game in this best of 3 and the final series of this group as well. And then whichever team wins this particular game, they're going to go into the playoffs straight afterwards. Exosuit comes out once again. Electronic trying to keep his distance. Both of them are trying to sandwich their opponents down the middle, but they've taken way too much damage. Logan's almost been taken down. I think that's looking to try and stay alive. It's going to push in forward. Bubble Shield will keep Joker alive just a little bit in terms of value in his life and adding that additional armor to his name. Now the problem is, if Exosuit comes out again for Adidas, then they're going to be in a world of trouble as both players are trying to go back and forth. Adidas finally gets taken down, currently 57 to 42 in favour of Deputies.
Yeah, finally able to stabilize their Beavers, now getting onto the point as well, trying to get those points back in their favor. Currently 60 to 50, still slightly behind on that, but there we go. That's the mecha coming in, and Beavers know they need to fall back here. They're going to be forced to concede the point for the time being, but a lot of damage is being dealt. That gets that exosuit out of the way. Trades backwards and forward happening, and it is a one-on-one brawl. You can hear the knives going backwards and forwards. Not really any player coming out on top just yet. That's the slither of health remaining for Localized. So it's a Joker will come out on top. The connection from the rocket is made. Almost loses his life there, but Joker is still stabilizing now. Electronic coming in as well, giving that extra shield, popping those bubbles as much as possible. 1-for-1 trade, and it is another duel on the crystal.
This is such a close affair. Deputies are panicking a little bit now, considering how much and how well Beavers have been playing previously. Loka looking to try and stay alive, but it could be a trade. No, it's not. So Electronic does stay alive. The shield comes in just in a nick of time. Adidas now looking to see if he can do something in this 1v2 scenario, but the problem is without his exosuit, there's only so much he can do here. We'll get cleaned up eventually, and Deputies are now just going in single file, and this is not something you need and he still has time just to wait for his teammate to go and fall straight afterwards. But realising this, Beavers want to make sure to take it down as soon as physically possible. Loka almost taken down, does things up. Joker needs to try and stay alive, uses the bubble shield as well. This could be all he met here. Uses the exosuit, but in the end, it looks like Beavers should be able to take this until the exosuit does finally get cleaned up. And going back and forth with the melee attack, still, Deputy's able to keep himself in this matchup.
Oh, Localizuns now comes in, gets rid of Electronic there. They still technically have a way back into this. We saw this in Group A in a game which finished with 100 to 97. Is this going to be a similar story where Deputies steal the win away from Beavers? There is a super important push coming through, a huge connection being made onto Joker, but vice versa onto Adidas. 15 seconds remaining onto the counter. Mecha comes out here as well. Localizuns will fall. Joker gets the elimination, points falling in favor of Beavers. 2-0 in this, 2-1 in this series, and it is Beavers that are going to win the match here, securing that position into the playoff stage. And what a stellar performance from them. Double Pavo setup does eventually prevail, even though I for 1 second I thought that second to last push with the Ark's mecha suit, it looked like it's going to work out. Unfortunately, just too much damage being taken. That gets rid of the exo suit, and then afterwards it was just a tail of rockets as per usual. They're coming up from Beavers. So super tight win for them. I'm sure that Localizuns and Adidas Chips were not really happy with that loss there, but unfortunately that is how it does play out at times. You know, that's how the tournament works. You know, you can't really get a free ticket everywhere.
No, of course not. No, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day. And I don't feel like that Pavo and Arc setup was like the Arc setup, sorry, was actually that bad at all in the slightest.
No,
I think
definitely.
the timings were good. It was just the fact that you saw towards the end, you know, just timing their double bubble shields perfectly before they go in and just waiting for each other. And if Deputies weren't going in single file like last 2 or 3 engagements, they could have taken that. If they just waited for each other just the one time, that's all it takes, is one time to wait for each other to go in. But they went in single file for a good minute, which I was a little bit surprised about. They just started panicking a little bit too much.
I think it was just a matter of, like, you know, when you see you have that small engagement that you can take and you feel like you can go for it, that's really where it kind of gets to your head and you kind of carry yourself away.
It's a high-pressure situation, of course.
Exactly.
Game number 3, best of 3. It's the game to basically determine if you're going to make it through out of the groups into the playoffs. So it's understandable why, you know, they were shook up a little bit.
At least I hope the comms were there in time to make at least a call out that, hey, you know, we should probably slow things down.
Yeah.
Try and go for this, and maybe it was slightly too late. We don't know how it all went down. We only saw one dimension of it. Yeah, again, comms in general are just a different dimension, a different element to the game, and it's a huge factor as well when it comes to competitive environments in general, making sure that you're clear, concise about like what you want to achieve, how you're going to do it. You know, we saw this like happening in the double Hantu setup as well earlier in the group stage, so similar story here. And this time around, let's see how it all panned out in Group B. So the Poor Guys and Beavers, as we just saw, are going to be your 2 teams that are going to make it into the playoff stage. Deputies and Picnic for them, unfortunately, this is where it ends this time around. Deputies did manage to secure that 1 win, 2 losses to their name. And Picnic, well, this time around, it was a bit of a learning experience for them. But I must say, you know, neither of the groups, Group A or Group B, were that easy to get through. You know, there's again, as mentioned before, most of the high-ranking players are here today, and it just goes to show. So your final teams in the playoffs are Cookie, Violent, Beavers, and the Poor Guys, making it into a 3-0 fashion. And you already get to see a little bit of a sneak peek who goes against what, and that is going to be Cookie going against Beavers and Violent against the Poor Guys. Now, looking at this very quickly, not jumping into too big of a detail, any clear favorites do you think is going to be the Poor Guys all the way, or will Violent be a problem for them?
I think Poor Guys is looking the strongest at the moment so far. They seem to adapt very well. They seem to counter whatever needs to be done. I like the variety of strategies they use. They adapt very quickly, which is another huge feat in itself. And for Cookie, though, it depends. They could have a close affair with Beavers. Don't get me wrong. I feel like it was very close for all the teams in Group A.
Absolutely.
But for Cookie, I kind of feel like this team's going to get challenged quite heavily, even by the second-place team in Group B. And I feel like Beavers, you know, could have that rematch against Poor Guys in the finals. We'll have to see.
Yeah, well, this is where diamonds are going to be made, ladies and gentlemen. So now it is yet another brief intermission. So a chance for you to refill your drinks and snacks. And we'll be back after a short pause.
You've had love, but the road is elastic. You've had love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. You've had love, but the road is elastic. You've had love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. You've had love.
pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, can we pray, pray tonight? Baby, can we pray, pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make contact, it's holy to the aim. So pray tonight.
Welcome back, dear viewers. It is the SquadBlast Clash for Cash Tournament Finals Day here in the Goexanimo studios. Players already have met each other in the gaming room, have gone through their head-to-head matches in the group stages, and we are approaching the playoff stage. So that means that everything is on the line right now, and of course the players are fighting for that €1,000 prize pool provided by UltraHorse, the game developers. And of course, happy to see as well, you know, very quickly and early on here, we already have an esports scene developing, and it's been some crazy turn of events, I must say. Now, we've had already our fair share of getting introduced with the game itself and seeing how it all plays out and pans out, but for anyone tuning in just now, I think it's worth revisiting and making sure that everyone's acquainted with how the game mechanics actually work. So kicking things off with the heroes and loadouts, we have 7 heroes in total, divided into 5 classes depending on what kind of weaponry they use. You have your rocket launchers, grenade launchers, shotguns, assault rifles, and even the sniper rifle for those that do prefer to keep a safe distance for those engagements.
Certainly will do indeed, but I need to switch over to more the mechanics and fundamentals of this game as well. Of course, we know we have the shooting as well. It's all, you've got to think more about the aim skill due to the projectiles and everything else there. You've got the advanced movement. And with the advanced movement itself, we've got the sliding, the crouching, double jump, wall jump, rocket jump we haven't seen yet. But I want to see a little bit of it maybe into the grand final or maybe into the semis, we'll have to see. And of course, with each hero having its own unique ability, it does mean there's a lot of counters you can have depending on the game mode and maps you will be pursuing in. Yeah,
speaking about the game mode, so far we've seen only the Conquest game mode, where there's a crystal in the middle of a map and teams are fighting for control over it. Whoever reaches to 100 points does manage to secure the win in that particular match. We'll also now be seeing the payload game mode, where you have to push the card from start to finish, and the first team to score 2 points wins the map. And if required, and if it will be at some point, team deathmatch mode is the final mode to cover, and that is fairly straightforward. Eliminate the enemy team. First team to get 10 eliminations, that is going to be securing the victory on that part of the match.
And then switch to the next one. We've got a wide variety of maps and game types going in. And of course, we're feeling during the battle, that's like what I'd like to call the recovery process. We're picking up such as health, ammo, speed, and armor to make sure to continue re-engaging in those all-important fights. And the special pickups, we do have the Thunder Spear, which is the large rocket, and the BH-19, which is the black hole. But we cannot forget the power-up, the Beast Mode buff, and that is something you've got to keep well aware of, especially on some of these maps as well. And it could be the game changer in some of these matches.
Yeah, absolutely true. And you know, we just saw how the group stage panned out here in the finals day. So Group A and Group B have settled, and these are your 4 final teams that are advancing into the playoffs. Team Cookie, Violent, Beavers, and the Poor Guys. Everyone has so far given us a great example of how they play and what can we expect from them. But just quickly to run through them. So Team Cookie, you have Brixie and Ruputsis kicking things off with that Hantu Pavo setup that has so far been doing wonders for them, almost getting a 3-0 in their groups, but unfortunately were forced to bow their heads in one of the matches, so 2-1 in their respective series there. Great showing from this team overall, and happy to see their performance so far. Going towards, though,
Team Violent. We can see Nick and Dash coming up once again. And speaking of Dash, he will be using that as his favourite character as well, Arcs as well. And you can see ranked number 8 in the world currently, and is the oldest player at the tournament at the age of 28. And like how we've got a wide variety of ranges as well. So ranges, ages, that's what I meant. And you can see, speaking of that though, like so many people compete in karate in terms of physical sports as well. 3rd in the world, so he is no stranger to, you know, not the paranoia, but in terms of like nerves of steel going into this tournament. Won't be affected too much being in this LAN environment here, and hopefully Nick will be able to rub off that as well with Beavers. You have Electronic and Joker. And speaking of the Devil, the fact that his name's Electronic and Electronic is his favourite player in CSGO, and he is a very smart player, don't get me wrong. Both of them, their favourite is Pavo. It could be a bit of an issue for some of those players later on. And it is his little brother introduced into the game as well.
Yeah, so this is the brother duo coming into the match. And funny enough, you know, the shot caller in this team is actually the youngest of brothers, who is
I thought it was the way around. That's interesting,
you would think,
isn't it?
You would think no, but it is the other way around. And last but not least, definitely the Poor Guys, Mothers and Norbertus, able to secure that 3-0 sweep in Group B, coming out as absolute leaders, respective leaderboard rankings as well, number 3 and number 5. And the favorite characters, like as I said before, you know, you just might as well put in the whole lot, because these guys love to switch it up and make sure that they are countering you in all possible ways. Now, of course, not only money is on the line here when it comes to prizes between these all of these teams. You know, they're also fighting for that glorious trophy, and as well as medals for the top 4. They'll end up placing there. And we also did manage to get a quick last-minute notice from UltraHorse. They decided to give out special goodies for the top players as in-game special weaponry. Let's put it that way. I'll leave the rest for the players to show off afterwards, probably on their Twitter accounts or something. Like, you know, that is definitely an achievement if you can become a part of the legacy of the game itself. So this is briefly how far we've gotten so far. You can see the respective matchups on your screen in the playoff bracket. So Team Cookie will go up against Beavers, and on the bottom half you have Violent going up against the Poor Guys. And we already briefly touched the subject, but I feel like the Poor Guys definitely have come in with like a super strong showing. So I would be slightly worried if I were on the Team Violent side. But then again, looking at the first pair, Cookie versus Beavers, I think this is going to be a super even fight. Do you reckon it is going to be the story?
This one should be a close affair in itself as well. I know with the other side of the bracket with Violent and Poor Guys did look very strong. They need to counter when they do. And I think the fact that a couple of these players do have a lot of heroes in their arsenal to use, not just one particular one with that character loyalty, it's going to make a huge difference, especially going to those payload games types of work, which we're finally going to get into now. Finally.
And I know, I think it's going to be a completely different story there. I think Arcs is definitely something that is very viable on this map, just because of the ability to continuously move around and provide fire all around himself, you know, and doing it so at a steady pace. But we will kick things off in these best of 5 series now with a few conquest maps first. The way how it works is 2 conquest maps at first, and then starting from map number 3 going onwards, it's payload. And if we do get to the point where team deathmatch mode is required, we will have a look at that as well. Now, as you can see, we have changed the map here for Conquest, and this means that there's also a super weapon in play, or potentially that beast mode in that locked chamber below. So the chamber is initially locked, and we can see already few rockets being launched here from the side of Beavers. They want to get onto the point as quickly as possible. using the amount of rockets that they have in their arsenal to just push the opposing team off the point and as far as you can. Brixie is going to fall already. Now I feel like Rupetis needs to be very careful here not to fall. Maybe just trying to see if he can fall back into the base to reset himself. And meantime, Joker doing a great job at that.
Looks like Cookie are sticking with that Hantu and Pavo setup at the moment, but Meili's back and forth as Brixie realises that he's probably going to outstay his welcome a little bit too much, just trying to value his life, but due to the splash damage from underneath, he is not going to be able to get away from that at all in the slightest here. Bubble Shield does pop. We'll be able to replenish his armour, but speaking of that though, Rubicus is looking to see if he can do a little bit more damage long range, waiting for Brixie to dive on forward, which he has done. He's trying to go from underneath, but that choke point, he's got to be so careful, especially against two Pavos now, and he's just trying to find that opening, but just really struggling to make that push forward. But instead he's going to prioritise going underneath. He gets the beast mode, gets the armour, and of course with the speed which he has with the Hantu, he could take advantage of that with the beast mode, looking to try and seal the deal and finish that Pavo off, which he has done. Both players on Beavers have been taken down thanks to that beast mode. First points on the board and needs to take advantage of that beast mode as much as physically possible. It's the first time we've seen it so far today and made great use of it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that chance now to go into the chamber to reset yourself, pick up those armors. You know, if your Pavo's bubble is down, it doesn't mean you cannot obtain armor, at least not in this case. Now, Beavers are doing a great job of regaining control of the point here. Brixie needs to be careful, does manage to eliminate Joker. Now, Electronic has to fall back, reload his rockets as well. In the meantime, point will be taken by Team Cookie. Brixie forced to fall back here again, reset one more time, and this is where those valuable pickups come into play.
Certainly will do indeed, as you can see Beavers picking up the objective once again. Due to the tanky composition, they have to literally back away on the side of Team Cookie. 68 to 28 so far. They'll be back and forth, just trying to keep their distance as well. Brixie taking a lot of the stint of that rocket damage earlier on and managed to push him all the way back, but Rubicus now just going underneath to pick up the armor. Brixie was looking to try and get some scraps, but sadly there was nothing there. Gets taken down straight away. 80 to 31, as Rubicus now just needs to try and stay alive if he can and wait for Brixie to come back.
Yeah, just too much damage to deal with for Rubicus right now. He is forced back at the moment, almost approaching the 90-point mark. Electronic still sitting on the point. Now the beast mode and the super weapon has been picked up.
Oh,
blows
no!
himself up. Almost loses Rupetis in the process as well. Somehow he avoided that. You know, beast mode is still there, available for pickup by Rupetis if he does manage to survive that long, but I don't think it's going to be the case here as Beavers pick it up and they have control over the point, and that is going to be it. That's going to be the first win of the game here in this best of 5 series. Beavers setting themselves up for a story of success. And though Brixie did manage to get that beast mode enhanced for a few times, unfortunately it didn't really pan out in their favor. Now, you know, in terms of damage distribution and everything else, I feel like it was pretty even. Nothing really stood out here. It wasn't even fight, but as I said, you know, that beast mode, the super weapon, unfortunately didn't pan out there for Brixie. Just too close towards the ceiling there to
the fact that he took himself out and almost took out his teammate at the same time, just making matters worse, sadly. But I think for Brixie, he needs to now discuss with himself and his teammate and comprehend what they need to do next. Yeah. So I feel like a Hantu change is required. Maybe for a Nigel to back up the Pavo a little bit more in those engagements. True, and also maybe to go for a complete mirror matchup. But there's no reason why you can't do that at all in the slightest. I did see him get the beast mode the first time round, but he made great use of it. He could have left the power weapon set in stone underneath and could have picked up afterwards after he's killed his first opponents. True. And then used that afterwards. The problem is though, is will he make that change? It is inevitable. You could see that Rubicus as well. He only went 1 for 1 in terms of KD, but he was just valuing his life well. And for Brixie, he had 5 deaths in the end. Did have 3 kills, don't get me wrong, but it just shows that his character's a little bit too weak to come up against his composition. So that was the first game. Of course, this is a best of 5. We're going to go into game number 2. It was going to see if Beavers can increase this series scoreline or if Cookie can at least make this comeback happen and then even things up.
Yeah, better start now than later because it's going to get only increasingly more difficult when it's going to come payload in map number 3. Brixie quick to jump onto the point together with Rupetis already. Tries to pop the bubble if I'm not mistaken there shortly. Now we'll try to do it as the cooldown comes through. Double bubble setup on the other hand, and it is an absolute face-to-face engagement here, even pulling out some knives in the process. Cookie so far stabilizing themselves. Beast mode has spawned. The chamber will open soon, 30 seconds. And yeah, well, got a mirror announcement there.
It's just the narrator's copying what you're saying. It's all right. I can understand that. Yeah. As already now, Electronic taking a lot of the print of the damage so far. Trying to get another melee attack squeezed in, but looking to try and do a little bit more if he can. But they're both going back and forth. And actually, You can see Electronic actually was getting the better of that, but he just didn't have as much health to continue with. Oh, he stops it just as he was using the bubble shield as well. And Brixie just needs to be cautious now. He wants to go in, but I love this as well, using the invisibility. But he has the speed anyway to pick everything up and the beast mode. And this is where Beavers need to try and keep their distance or use that bubble shield as soon as possible. Almost gets cleaned up straight away. Bubble shield does come up in the end, but I think the damage has already been done. The fact that he's got the beast mode and all that armor to his name, they're going to be cleaned up both straight away by Rubricus and Brixie, looking much better from what we've seen so far in that previous game, 44-8 so far.
Yeah, you know, Tyrant in combination with Beast Mode's increased fire rate is definitely a scary sight to behold when it comes to getting onto the point or even close to it. Yet again, the double bubble setup comes through for Beavers here, making the right calls, making sure they can stabilize each other as well, pushing the opponents off of the point right now. And they need to stabilize here as much as possible. It should get a few eliminations through coming now for Beavers in order for them to utilize the chamber below. You can see Brixie already has gone through, has picked up the armors there as well. And now it's a bit of a divided affair between these two. Coming in, trying to go that famous pincer movement. Brixie does manage to get that elimination. A bit of a knife fight again happening. Somehow Ruputis is still alive, having no health remaining, but same goes for Electronic. Will fall? No, he does manage to at least pick up a few rockets in the process. The question is, where is his health, as he will eventually fall to his demise.
And you see from Cookie, especially Brixie as well, he's just making full use of everything, all the goodies from the basement as well. Even with Beast Mode and the power weapon not being there, he's just taking up all the armor and be able to re-engage every single time. Using the visibility again, not going to pick up the BH19 this time round, which is what we spoke about previously, where you should just leave it for later. And now we can just abuse it with the shotgun already. So come on forward, he's going to push on forward even further now, abusing that Tyrant and the Beast Mode on top, and now he's going back for the BH19. This is exactly what I said he should do before, and he's adapted perfectly.
Okay, so everyone needs to be careful now. Black Hole is in play and available, and now Beavers need to figure out how they're going to approach this. It's going to be used here. Good damage being absorbed by the shield. That's essentially the only thing that saves Jokerev from being eliminated. A big battle happening onto the Crystal. Cookies still leading the game in terms of points and also in terms of eliminations, as Brixie does manage to get to one and surely will follow up with the second one. No, Joker almost gets the best of him, so he should fall back and try and stabilize here. Once again, going through that chamber, picking up the available armors.
And this is what I mean, they're abusing all the goodies in the basement so far, and they're just too focused on the top really, but with the agility that Hantu has compared to all the powers on the map, not really too much they can do here. So one team wipe here for Cookie could secure this victory in the second game, but at the moment Joker's just standing this ground so far. Both players from Cookie are going at the same time, but the Hantu player inside of Brixie is trying to push in as quick as possible, but the Thunder Spear doesn't do too much. He just managed to get out of range from the splash damage here. Double bubble setup coming out, but the only problem is though the Beast Mode is directly behind him, cleans up one, is going to try and go for the other as well at the same time. This should seal the deal if he manages to clean things up. Yes, he does. But he picked up every Beast Mode and almost every power weapon as well. Kind of says it all here. Well played from the side of Cookie. That is going to be all tied up in this best of 5, one apiece.
Yeah, this does mean that we will eventually move on to the payload here, but look, Brixie definitely stood out this match, picking up 4K damage points as well in his favor. And as you mentioned, you know, like just the fact of having that beast mode available, and it just goes to show, you know, same setups, different map, having the beast mode available, having the super weapons available, completely different story now that playing against this double Pavo setup on the side of Beavers. Now, Beavers did show initially a great showing, in my opinion. Now it might be just getting to a few of those unlucky engagements. The fact as well that the beast mode allows you to take the point in literally a second, as long as you're on it, allows to get those points quickly back in your favor. And I think that was really the success story here for the side of Cookie. So now we're going to have to find out how it is going to pan out on the payload map, which is going to be Motherload, and it's a big map actually. There's a lot of pickups available, big armors available as well, meaning that as soon as you pick up the armor, your armor bar is full. And there's actually armors above the map, on the bottom of the map as well, and just so many angles of approach. And I think dealing with an invisible Hantu that has so many points of attack is going to be interesting to see how Beavers plan to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's a key question as well. That last map, it was purely Brixie using the agility of the Hantu to go pick up the beast mode and the power weapon straight away. And he did it in terms of the timing as well. Not picking up the power weapon this time round after mistaking him over the Thunder Spear previously. And he went ham in that last game, going 9-2. So Brixie went from playing okay the first game to the second game, absolutely getting knuckled down, nose to the grindstone, and absolutely smashing his opponents apart with that beast mode. But of course, we are going to go to Motherload, as you rightly said, for payload. and we can see how different it's going to turn around in comparison. Rubicus, you know, could probably look at picking up the armors here, because it does take 30 seconds for the payload to respawn, or actually, I say respawn, to actually spawn in general to begin with here.
Yeah,
so you have to see some early escapades here.
Exactly. You probably want to go for an engagement just before the payload spawns, so if you can eliminate your opponents, you can really get a solid push of the payload into the map and get as much as grounding as you can. And you can see as well, having so many armor pickups available around you allows you for yourself to quickly reset. Brixie is trying to utilize that as much as possible, get somehow taken out of the fight technically, but he's the one actually taking out his opponents. And now, as you can see, the push is happening. Both players jumping onto the payload does mean that the payload does move faster here, and Beavers need to make a move for this as quick as possible. The finish line is in sight for Cookie, and they're doing a good job of pushing their opponents off of the payload, continuously pushing it forward. Big connection of the rockets. Low health on the side of Beavers. They do get one elimination. The super weapon did get picked up, but Electronic doing a good job of mitigating that threat.
And this is where we need to try and get as much armor as possible before they re-engage in this next bout. Still, 5 minutes left in play. Bubble comes out for Rubicus straight away. Good first rocket and good range of that as well. Bubble will be coming out for Electronic as well. The only problem is Joker's already so weak at this stage. Using the bubble shot to try and keep him covered or keep him in track. He's trying to back away to replenish his health and go on for that recovery process. Only problem is, does survive. There's actually the other player from the Cookie range where they did get taken down, but Brixie, as you can see, he's trying to replenish it as well, trying to get all the armor and the health back to prepare to re-engage. The double bubble setup coming up once again. Rubicus trying to fire a few rockets as Brixie coming down from underneath straight away. Will almost get taken down. This is going to be so close, but he backs up towards the armor as well, so may be able to continue that engagement and be able to take him down. A few missed shots for the Tyrant. It could have been a different story there.
Oh,
but
no.
The BH-19 comes out, the black holes there. Rubicus just able to survive that, just barely knocking on death's door there. Very neck and neck though with this payload so far. Good objective efficiency from both teams.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, I thought also the Joker is going to get sucked into the black hole as well. So I was just like, no, this is like the worst case scenario. But a few successful eliminations allows for Beaver to try and push the payload forward. Yet again, Brixie already on the spot, making sure Joker cannot do anything about it. Forced to fall back, forced to reset, pick up the armors above the map. In the meantime, waiting for his teammate to respawn. Rupert is going to pop the bubble as well here just to get that extra bit of armor. And we're basically back to ground zero as the payload is in the middle of the map.
Certainly is indeed. Both players are underneath, but the black hole comes out, does take down one. Brixie realises he's in a spot of bother here. Use that invisibility to give himself extra insurance to gain that armor. He comes straight on forward though, almost taking out Electronic, but he's actually pushed him into the armor, so it's going to make matters even worse for him. But he doesn't really have too much time to wait for his teammates. Teammates finally able to come down as Rubicus now just trying to make the best of a bad situation here. Almost tries to take that one, but because there's two of them already in the payload, they can continue to keep that moving. Beavers get that first payload on the board.
Yeah, finally it does manage to fruition to them, and they can try and reset right now, waiting for the next payload to spawn. So yet again, both teams are going to be resetting now, picking up those armors. Electronic is full stack on everything. Joker coming in to pick up that big armor as well. And we have both the payload and the ultimate weapon spawn. Let's see who goes for it first. It is actually going to be Brixie, and he's going to be definitely a constant threat you need to watch out for. Now, that rocket initially flies slow, but ramps up in speed as it progresses through the air. Joker needs to be careful and manages to dodge it at the very last second.
Yeah, it's a lot easier on Motherload, but on some other maps where it's not as much space, it can be a little bit tricky here. You could even kill yourself. You've seen that beforehand in your previous engagement. But the one player's already taken down with Beavers. Still only one left remaining. He's just going to push it on back. Electronic just standing his ground, using that bubble shot to try and keep him at bay. At least try and delay maybe the inevitable, depending on circumstances. But that is such an important trade. It means Cookie will be able to get their first payload of their own, now at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's a minute 40 on the clock, and it is an even score, meaning the next point is going to be deciding who is going to come out victorious in this particular map. It is 1-1 in this series. Rupertis does manage to pick up the super weapon as well. Let's see if he can manage to utilize it. Try to get Joker out of the game as quick as possible. Didn't manage to do so. And now the double bubble setup comes through for Beavers. Yet again, trying to make a solid push happen here. There's still plenty of armor on the side of Brixie to try and Let's see if you can mitigate as much as damage possible. Good job making themselves stay alive for as long as possible here. Gonna reset, picking up the armor. I think Rupert is kind of stole it away from Brixie, and now a huge battle will commence close to the final line in favor of Beavers here. They need to stay alive here, need to get an elimination soon if they can. Brixie will fall, so will Rupert's, and it is going to be Beavers here stealing the point at the end of it all. Great job coming out from the brothers, and 2-1 on the payload map. Definitely a lot closer affair, and this is exactly what I was expecting coming out from the payload map. But
and
again,
5,700 damage to 6,000
yeah,
is very close for the entire
exactly.
time. The only difference was the fact that from the Conquest game we saw in the first couple of games, Brixie was able to abuse everything in base in terms of the power-ups, the power weapons, and pick up all the armor. This time around, it's a slightly different story. Of course, there's a lot more space to work with so much engagements happening. It's very hard to be proactive and pick up that power weapon at the exact same time. And the problem is for now is the fact that it's more of an even playing field. So the double Pavo setup is actually going to be a lot more beneficial this time around than it would have been in the first couple of games. So this is where I said it before about the hand-toe pick, if it's still going to be right or will work in this situation. I said this time around you should probably think of a change, but after that situation happened, it actually worked out even better for him. But the problem is, though, will he stand his ground? I think he probably will make the same pick and the same choice.
I think the double Pavo is the only place and scenario where they really lack is this final battle before the finish line, right? It's close affairs. You have a lot of splash damage happening. We've seen already a few times players blowing themselves up, and it's obviously the last moment where you want to go down is right before the payload gets across the finish line. So yet again, this is going to be another payload map for us. Absolutely crucial for a Team Cookie to pick this win up and to take us to map number 5, which would be then the team deathmatch map where only eliminations would count. But we still need to get there. Let's see if Beavers can close it out in 3-1 fashion in this best of 5 series, or will it be map number 5 between these two?
Certainly will do indeed. No changes to the compositions, as you can see. Joker just pick up all the armor from down below. Brixie's going to be on the hunt, going to try and chase him down, but did a little bit of damage. As you know, with the Tyrant, the damage isn't really that great from that range, but he managed to get enough done to keep him at bay to go pick up more additional armor. This Brixie is going to continue to take that 1v1, but I think that last rocket bounce isn't going to help him at all in the slightest, having to back away again. It looks like they're just taking separate fights at the moment. Neither team's really agreeing to stick together. They finally will do now that the payload is on the respawn, but Brixie's got so much HP and so much armor at the moment, he could have continued that engagement. But at the moment, he's looking to go for that BH19, which he managed to pick up straight away. And this is going to be very difficult now for Beavers. Will he be able to at least get some damage? I've done a little bit, but manages to force the distance away from the payload. The problem is the fact that how long can Beavers stay alive for here? Done a lot of damage onto Brixie there, as Rubica's now just trying to get that payload away from their base.
Yeah, so Beavers seem to start off very good in these early stages of the round where they get control over the payload, get a solid push in, but unfortunately it's the latter stage where they fall short, at least for now, as Joker is doing a good job staying alive. Nice movement coming in from both sides. Rupert is in a bit of a trouble, needs to fall back, pick up that armor. One of the bubbles is going to be used by Electronic on the side of Beavers, and the payload so far moving in their favor. Now, oh, Brixie is going to fall. Rupert just needs to stay alive here for as long as possible. Ultimate weapon has spawned as well, if anyone has time for it, but who needs it when you can just push the payload and secure that first point for you, putting all the pressure on Cookie's shoulders.
And they got the BH19 as well. He must use it as soon as possible, but to be fair, even though he did use it, they both got taken down. They were both very, very weak at the time, and they also know that the payload is going to take a bit of time to respawn as well.
It's just quick reset, you know, quick reset. Yeah. Why bother? It's just going back to base. You could just make a fast teleportation towards to it. Okay, so, well, it's back to the wall for Cookie. They absolutely need to secure a point back here. They have 4 minutes to do so, at least to equalize the game. Beavers, in the meantime, are going to be looking to see if they can score and win. Electronic using the shield. Brixie up close with the Tyrant and with the Katana, trying to get the players off of the payload right now. Rupert as well coming in, both using knives up close and personal, trying to avoid that splash damage from the rocket launchers, picking up a bit of armor on the way, but it seems to favor Team Beavers at the moment, as Brixie will fall, and so will Rupertis, and time for reset as well for a Joker, as the payload is being pushed, so quick pickups being taken here, with ultimate weapon as well available at the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, nice defense coming out from Beavers there. Strong showing as a bubble will be coming up for Rubicus, just trying to, again, kiss down his ground as the bubble shield does appear on the Beavers side as well. So Electronic took a brunt of damage there, but is now bait and switching, but they are limited on time here. This could be the final payload to go in to secure this series win and go into the grand finals. Brixie does take down one and puts a stop to that. Good defense coming up from Cookie once again. The only problem is, to have outside of the Beavers, Electronic needs to try and just stay alive long enough in order to rejoin the forces again with Joker and be able to continue to at least put a stop to this payload coming out from Cookie.
Yeah, Brixie did good damage, good play in terms of getting decent damage and getting those Beaver players back closer to their base, not allowing them to stabilize onto the payload itself. In the meantime, Rupert's solid job holding on to it, also dealing damage. In the meantime, Brixie has picked up the big rocket as well, and he's gone invisible. This could be huge. A play from the back. Will he launch the rocket? Not going to happen just yet. Still holding on to it. Was unsuccessful in doing so, and now it's Beavers again in control.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dicey situation with that Thunder Spear there. He wasn't really too sure what he could do because obviously one of his teammates is in close proximity, so there's no way he wants to really go for the trade. It wouldn't even been worth it at all in the slightest. But Joker, though, still putting a lot of pressure on at the moment. Electronic has come in, but so has Brixie. Should be able to clean Joker up here, just manages to try and get this first payload in the second game. But Brixie's been very aggressive. He knows that, of course, the bubble shield is going to be a little bit difficult for him to handle, but he decides to prioritise the objectives. Should be able to get the first one here, but the BH is going to be coming out here for Electronic just to try and keep him at bay. But it's actually done enough. Even though it's not done a huge amount of damage, it was great defense from them. But in the end, Electronic and Joker were the ones to be able to stabilize and now push this payload back. A minute 30 left remaining.
Yeah, it must be gut-wrenching for Cookie to see that right on the finish line they get stopped, forced to reset, and with a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, there's not a lot of time remaining them for trying to get that point in right now. Brixie trying to go in from behind, slightly unsuccessful in doing so. Good amount of shields still remaining on the side of Beavers. Having a bit of a one-on-one brawl up and above between Electronic and Brixie. In the meantime, Rupert is holding on to the payload, not allowing it to be moved too far ahead, as now Electronic will step in as well. And a lot of shields being used right now. You can see continuously Beavers chaining those together, instantly feeding each other with the shields. Rupert is slightly in no man's land, stuck between these two players. Oh, need to avoid the big rocket, and it's Brixie blowing himself up. Eventually, that is a horrible timing for him, as still Beavers holding on to the payload. Only 40 seconds remaining before Cookie will lose this game unless they can score here.
Sadly, it's not the first time we've seen him witness do that, which is a bit unfortunate, but he had to take that risk because look at the time left, 30 seconds left. Both players on Beavers are so weak as Rubicus takes down one, but the other player's still underneath, but they need to prioritise this payload to take it into overtime if they can. As now, just biding the time in the moment, as you saw, Brixie was just directly underneath, maybe to try and get a bit of a flank going here. Going straight on for him, may have to take up one straight away. Will he be able to? This would be crucial, and yes it is. The only problem is though, they've got Electronic to deal with it with 5 seconds left remaining, just literally trying to melee each other back and forth outside the payload, but it's still going to cause the overtime. The BH noting does come out into fruition, but Electronic, look at that, he's just barely able to stay alive, and that does mean that they'll be able to win that game.
And there you have it. It is going to be Beavers securing their spot in the grand finals, eliminating Cookie, Team Cookie out of this series with a 3-2-1 fashion. You can see the players there on your screens as well, making sure that they log out, and they're going to be forced to, well, not forced, eventually we'll have to shake hands,
really.
You know, like GG, but it is what it is. Technically, yeah, forced, saying bye guys and thanks you for participating. Was well played indeed. They do achieve those medals as mentioned before, so happy to see those. And you know, you're not walking home at the end of the day. You get some cash, you get a few medals. Thumbs up for the viewers, and that's exactly what we love to see from the players. Good sportsmanship all around, and happy to see that the brother story is still a continuous story for us here, as they've made the spot into the grand finals, and maybe that's that close connection that really has helped them to succeed. You know, both playing the same character, both being from the same family, literally.
Same city,
so,
obviously.
You know, it plays into their strengths, so to say. So, yeah, Beavers, very happy to see that. Next up is going to be Violent and the Poor Guys. So, you know, look, we've talked about this beforehand already, and I definitely just the fact that the Poor Guys were able to make it out of groups in a 3-0 fashion, I feel like have a slight upper hand coming into this. But Violent, as far as I'm aware of, they've played against the Poor Guys many times online, just like getting their ranked grind in. Also, everyone being just within the top 10 players, so obviously they're going to be matched up against each other quite closely. So I feel like the players are already accustomed to each other. But, you know, looking at how things went down here, and quickly rewinding back to the fact that we will kick things off with the first 2 Conquest maps with the Beast mode available, I think it might be a slightly different story this time around when it comes to, like, just having that additive onto the matches, just getting that Beast mode, getting that 1 second touch of the Conquest point.
Yeah, because the last time we saw Poor Guys playing Conquest, they're going for the dash and pavo combination, or sorry, composition rather. And if they stick with that, they need a character which has a fair amount of agility. Of course, you've got the advanced movement with the sliding and everything there. But, you know, if you're using the double pavo setup, that's why we're the opposite team on Beavers. They couldn't really take advantage of picking up that beast mode as soon as the basement entrance is there, because you couldn't get there quick enough. There's no way. You literally have to give it to them. But don't really focus on the basement too much anyway, because you saw enough times Brixie was pretty much living in the basement, just picking up all the armor, the beast mode, the power point. Everything was there for him. It's his collective powerhouse there to be able to make that comeback you saw in that second game in that previous series. But this time around with Poor Guys, this is a completely different kettle of fish here. This is a team where, even though it was a 3-0 in the group, it was quite convincing to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And we didn't really seem to have to make any kind of counter composition at all in the slightest. They may do going into this match, or maybe going into the final if they make it to the final. But from what we've seen so far, they've been looking extremely solid in terms of the adaptation, their positioning, how they abuse all the fundamentals of the game across the board. And it's interesting to see now they're going to be put up against not a better fight, but at this point now we'll be pushing to the limits. Now we're getting to the playoff stage where we have to see exactly how things are going to go.
Look, everyone's being pushed to the limit here. That is the name of the tournament. So before we jump into the next playoff stage, we're going to go into a quick intermission, and when we come back, it is going to be semifinals number 2.
Some archbishop. Been a school them from when me in a khaki shot. Liverpool couldn't test the way me raw sit up quick draw. Him drop and can't get up, him not fast enough for my problem that you never solve. Send for the Dan brace for a firestorm, cause I turn into a monster. Ready for the war, with a wig of black. None of them boy, they no bad. Them boy, they no bad. Black pants in power to some archbishop. Them no bad. School them from me in a khaki. Them no bad. Fool couldn't test the way me walk young gog on a regular. Me say them hardly ready. Them a new type of artillery. We a boss and not Tom and Jerry. Out the blue I hit you with an airstrike. They not bad like my air Nikes. It's a real sight, yeah. Steady aim with precision, equal vision with a clear sight. Better go get your face right. Them boy, they no. None of them boy, they no bad. Road back, live with my bar. If you mark, them no bad, them no regular. Me see them hard, them no bad. Me a new type of artillery. Me a bust, I'm a Tom and Jerry. Out the blue, you with a airstrike, they no bad. Me aim nice, so clear sight. Steady aim, them no bad. And it's the vision with a clear sight. Better to get your fit, them boy, they no bad.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we are free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we are free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is SquadBlast's Clash for Cash, and we are almost ready to go underway with our semifinals number 2 of the day. The first match just concluded minutes ago, and we have Team Beavers already waiting for their opponents in the grand final. So I'm sure the both of the brothers are super stoked to be there, very excited, and definitely on a good vibe, waiting to see who finally their opponents are going to be. And just a reminder, you know, you're fighting for that grand prize, you're fighting for the trophy, you're fighting for medals and for in-game goodies. Like, what more can you ask for?
Bragging rights, mate. It's all about being number one. To me, it's like, I think the prize pool and everything, it's a nice little bonus to add to your name as well. But I think these guys want to really, I think that now they're in the grand final, they can be very confident thinking that they can, and it's something, you know, because like you said, the brothers, it's a nice thing to tell your parents when you head home that, you know, they won the entire thing, or at least made it to the grand finals. But of course, they do have a wrecking force and lots of violent and poor guys. One of the two will be playing against Beavers in this grand final. And as you said previously, all just still a best of 5. We're still going to get the payload and conquest matchup. So yeah, not too shabby. It should be a very exciting matchup going into this.
Absolutely.
To see exactly how how Poor Guys are going to do. That's the one.
Yeah, well, you can see the guys are already taking place. Their last shots as well taken from the administrations. One for the memories, as they say, the players grading themselves to jump into the first match. Now we're going to start things off again with the first two maps being Conquest game mode. Then we're going to switch over to Payload. And if it does come to that map number 5, which I'm still waiting for, it is going to be that team deathmatch mode as the decider, where every elimination puts you on the line, either closer or further from those grand final. So it should be a close one between these two. Again, continuing the narrative, the Poor Guys are running through their Group B with a 3-0 scoreline, meaning they haven't dropped a single game. They put themselves in a strong contendership towards the title and towards the place into the grand finals, but I think it might run through their heads a bit.
Yeah.
I feel like it might be a risk that they're like, you get slightly overconfident coming into the semifinals, and then you lose a map or two there, and suddenly you're in a position of elimination.
Yeah, it gets to the point now where now things, you know, you only got one lifeline. If you was able to afford a loss in the group stage, if you did, but they didn't lose anyway, so it didn't really, you know, that kind of makes that point invalid, so to speak. But yeah, this is where I want to see what Poor Guys can really do. We only saw them in one matchup, and they were against a team where they pretty much lost the entire group anyway. So it wasn't really too much of a key indicator there. Yeah, you could say that, yeah. I try to say that in the most nicest political way possible. But I'll just say how it is anyway. I'll say it is what it is, exactly. But now, you know, it's going to be another true testament here against Violent to see if they can do what they previously did and just be a huge detriment and impact for against all these teams and be able to put on a great showing. We saw them use that Pavo dash meta, well, not meta, but that composition previously. So we're going to see them, of course, abusing all the goodies in the basement side with the Beast Mode buff and the armor to their name as well. But we have to really see, because we've seen a lot of people use this double Pavo setup, which, don't get me wrong, it's a great composition, but there is ways that can be countered it with a Nigel or using that dash as well, just to stun them and keep them in their place, and just timing those bubble shields and the rockets to try and feel out and methodically understand when is the best time to pursue that engagement against those Pavos. Absolutely.
You know, it's going to be an interesting battle, actually, of dashes, because Mother's mains dash and the player nicknamed Dash is maining Dash as well. So it's just bear with us, okay? It's going to be a lot of the word dash being used in the next matchup, because we're surely going to see that. And also, you're keen to see like what kind of shotguns both of the dashes are actually going to be using. Are they going to be mirroring each other, or is one of them going to go for, you know, one of the frenzy options, or is it going to be a matter of just stunning each other and just chaining those together? That is going to be a bit of a narrative here. And actually, speaking of that, we see a dash Hantu set up on the left-hand side of the screen. Let's see if that will be swapped over or no. We know that during the warm-up there is a bit of a shenanigans.
I like to troll a bit. Yeah, it's fine. You know, they have a bit of banter beforehand, and yeah, this isn't anything to do it every single time, just to, in very quotes, throw them off. But I'm pretty sure that they've probably seen them do it time and time again anyway. So it will be the Hantu and Daz matchup against the Pavo and Dash, which was what Poor Guys used previously in their Conquest games earlier on. It looks like they're going to do the exact same thing. So already sandwiching their opponents from the get-go, but already one of the players being cleaned up straight away. As the Dash player now getting taken down straight away as well. So it's actually the Poor Guys on the back foot here from the early start here coming up from Violent.
And a great job there from Dash as well, from Team of Violent, jumping back into the base, resetting himself, making sure he can come back full health into the battle. It is a battle of dashes, as mentioned before, in the middle of the map. Now, Hantu needs to be careful. He has the line of strength in his favor, with having a bit more health and a bit of armor on his side as well, though the point has been taken by the Poor Guys right now. And the Nick F needs to be careful not to lose his health too fast to allow his teammates to come through. That does happen here. And it is going to be Pavo now looking to see if he can survive this engagement. Huge connection on the rocket there. The Nick F forced back, but so far points falling in favor of Violent.
And you can see this as well, just biding his time, getting ready to go into the basement to pick up all the goodies from underneath, and he should be able to try and grab that. But look at it, he actually, oh no, he actually dashed twice to go for it, but instead he actually dashed right past it. So it means in the end, the guys on Poor Guys will be able to pick it up as the Dash player now looking to try and do something with it, but instead, didn't really do anything at all. Maybe he ran out of ammo at the time, but it doesn't matter. Nick has just picked up straight away. He's going to go straight into Poor Guys' section of the map, picks up the objective as well, and it's just been a very close affair from the get-go.
Yeah, no invisibility available just yet. Nick F does manage to kill himself somehow in the process, but that means that the beast mode just gets passed on and on onto Dash to hold onto here so they can re-engage. Huge connection coming through. Unfortunately, Dash will fall. The Nick F still holding onto that beast mode and just keeps on chaining it together. Now the points are going to fall yet again in favor of Violent, and they just keep on trading it.
Well,
That
this
is
the
a
thing.
tactic we haven't seen.
Yeah, this is the thing with beast mode as well. As soon as you drop the power up or like you die using it, etc., then the timer doesn't continue from where it left off. So it's not like you've got 10 seconds of beast mode and then you can't do anything else afterwards. You can actually just reset the time on the beast mode and just keep doing it.
And look, they keep on doing it. This is an absolutely different kind of play coming out from both teams right now. And Norbertus as well does kill himself in order to his teammate Mothers being able to pick up that beast mode. I think they lost the timing on that finally. Oh, never mind me. Mothers did manage to pick it up. The ultimate weapon is in play here as well.
No.
Huge connection, but those dashes finally come into play to get rid of that.
Ah, look at this as well. Just trying to still abuse it to a key, but finally being cleaned up after all that time. Gives it straight away to Nick, and now just biding his time. Waiting to come up on spawn, but that probably wasn't the best time to approach him. Look at that, though. Still got all that armor as well as he picked up straight afterwards. He's going to be backing away again. He's going to be throwing the beast mode to him, but he's a good bit to pick up in time. No, he doesn't. Actually ends up giving up to his opponent.
And look, man, this is something that we absolutely didn't expect to see here. Everyone's a beast for a moment. Norbertus even able to pop the bubble if needed, will kill himself in the process. Yet again, resetting that beast mode. And essentially, it's just 1v1 duels passing on the beast mode. The super weapon is available at the bottom there as well for pickup. So far, looks like poor guys running away with the show at the moment now, as the beast mode obviously allows that instant pickup of the control point. The Nick F now coming in with that black hole will not be having a successful connection. Mothers almost falls into it, but the beast mode yet again is going to be passed over to Mothers, who's still continuously on the point here. Final points trickling through. Can they manage to secure it here? The poor guys, he will fall, and the control over the point will be on the side of Violent, pushing now the power off the point. Norbertus, unfortunately, will eventually fall.
And there we go. Comes back once again, gives it straight back to his teammate now. 95 to 84. It was such a close affair, and considering they do have the beast mode as well, they could at least take this. It needs to dive straight on in though. They can't mess around with the beast mode shenanigans anymore, and in the end they do manage to take that 100 to 86. Very close for poor guys there, but that was yeah, that was balmy.
For a second, all I could hear was beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Nothing else is happening. It's just a continuous
Didn't need it to respawn, did you? In basement anymore,
they had that one respawn they used from the initial pick up, I think, a solid 10 times in a row, something like that. So crazy stuff coming out. They did, the poor guys did manage to grab that win at the end there. So great job from them recovering, essentially, because they were at some point around like 44 to like 10-ish, 15-ish points on the bar. So Cookie did a good job playing there. Sorry, Team Violent. And, well, Violent definitely gave them a run for their money, but somehow the poor guys came back into this. So having a 1 point in the series now, the question is, I think we all know what's going to happen in the next Conquest map. Just wait for those gates to open, and it's going to be beast mode all over the place.
Just don't dash past it this time. That's all I ask.
Yeah, that was actually kind of tragic. They kind of both went for it, and then they just kind of missed the mark there on the dash ability. So, yeah, it's been a very close affair so far. You can see why these players are at the very top. They know all the tricks of the game and abuse it to the max wherever possible. So great job from both teams so far. An interesting showing for sure. Something different, something new, and I'm sure the palms were swimming on both sides.
Certainly is indeed. Pavo dash again against the Sonny and the dash. Okay, so we can see a little bit of a change and see how things will excel later on, but already back and forth. It seems like poor guys will come out on top on that little scuffle, and that's kind of normal, and that's kind of what we expect. Like, when you come out as the Sonny as well from the gates and they've got a Pavo, it's understandable that, especially with the Pavo and how tanky he can be, especially with the bubble shield as well, it is very difficult to kind of contest with overall. But it doesn't look like poor guys will have an early lead here, 15-0, still sticking with the Sonny and the Dash matchup, but the Sonny player has been taken down straight away. Dash is looking to try and stay alive himself, or at least take out one of the players beforehand, but with the fire and the damage and the after effects as well afterwards, he'll be able to take it. No, he does not, as Norbert does stay alive in the meantime and be able to keep his distance. But it does mean that you've got to keep away from the objective just to tap.
Yeah, the Nick F does manage to put down one of the turrets at the moment, though, so it's going to help out greatly, at least in terms of just making sure to waste Mother's time trying to reset. And now you already know the name of the game, Beast Mode is available. Mothers will pick it up, and it still needs to deal with the turret first. The point is now going to be grabbed almost by Mothers, not just yet successfully, as now finally Norbertus overtaking the beast mode, and together with the shield should be able to deal with the dash here. There we go, finally it does so, as the beast mode is available on the ground here. Will be picked up by the Sony, instantly putting down a turret as well. The turret will be able to deploy till the very end. So that is extra damage. As you can see, Mothers, unfortunately for him, will fall to the turret as well.
And you can see the communication has been very strong with the Beast Mode in terms of when they're going to drop it and when it's going to replenish. But sadly for Poor Guys earlier on, he should have just stuck with having the Beast Mode earlier on and just not giving his teammate a chance to pick it up, because he wasn't really in range for to pick it up anyway. But it does mean that Violent will continue to have that Beast Mode, 46-24. As both players and Poor Guys have literally just come up on a respawn. So they're going to try and push this up together if they can. Especially the likes of Poor Guys diving on him very, very quickly. And you can see that Norbis is just trying to stand his grounds with that Pavo as well. And he's just having to back away. But it looks like they're trying to sandwich both the opponents if they can. Nick trying to stay alive, trying to throw a couple of grenades in towards the objective.
Yeah, just for a brief moment, there's no super weapons available, so it is the good old classical brawl. Both beast mode and super weapon available. The Nick F is going to launch it unsuccessfully, though doesn't find a connection with that, but still having the beast mode allows him to take the point in an instant. Needs to fall back and reset here. Look at that fire rate coming out from the Tyrant using the beast mode up and close, and personal double kill coming out from the dash here. And as well, you know, having to continuously reset yourself and pass on the beast mode just goes to show the level of communication involved in these teams to make sure that it's timed correctly with the death reset timers. And
you probably noticed as well, using the beast mode with a shotgun is so effective, which is why now Nick has decided to switch from Sonny to Hantu, as I can go with that beast mode back and forth. But finally we get a little bit of a breather with the audio cues from the beast mode and can continue on to see exactly how things are going to fare as one of the players has dropped down from the basement. But it does not matter though, Violent does take game number 2, 100-37.
Yeah, this time around you can see as well on blue team's side, Dash, a lot of damage being dealt by his hand, using of course that character to the utmost limit. And on the other side, only 37 points this time around for the Poor Guys. And that this does mean, because it is 1-1 in this series and because map number 3 is on its way, it is going to be a payload map. So unfortunately, I suppose, for the teams, no beast mode available there, but still plenty of super weapons to be used. It was getting so hectic at some point, I just had trouble following how many beast modes are actually in play at the same time, you know?
Oh, there was at least 10, like, between both teams switched around. There was no doubt about it, because the problem is when you do drop the beast mode, it replenishes the timer every time. We know with like in other games where normally if you do have a power up and you do drop it by any time, sometimes you commit suicide in order to give it to your teammate if, for example, you're very weak and you're not going to have too much use for it anymore, and then you don't want to give it to your opponent straight afterwards anyway. But instead of continuing that, they decided just to replenish it every single time, which is perfectly understandable. You've got to play greedy, and then that's when you've got to ask yourself, should I just play beast mode 1v2 every time? But I would take that every day of the week.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, they did manage to utilize that ability to the utmost limits of it. I cannot imagine how you could even utilize it even more than that. Now jumping into the Motherload map of Payload game mode, we're going to have to see what are the choices of characters here. I would assume that on the side of the Poor Guys, we're probably going to see at least one Pavo coming out, as so far looks for Violent. It is still going to be the Hantu dash setup, double dash setup actually coming out from the Poor Guys. So this is going to be a very mobile match between these two teams. Of course, initially not even keen to go for the pickups, just straight out the gates, going for a fight here, and Dash will fall.
Yeah, it's going to be a very chaotic matchup, and this is what we expect and love to see as well between the two. Poor Guys going for that double dash play, as you rightly mentioned, but first need to try and pick up that armor, as Payload will be up in the next 5 seconds. We're going to see who's going to be the most efficient and objective-wise from the very get-go. Looks like Poor Guys, both players are going to be inside it. It comes up with a Hantu as well to try and catch him off guard a little bit. Both players going to go back and forward here, but still they put a stop to the objective anyway. But BH United does come out. Will Nick use it straight away? Yes, he does. But the problem is he didn't actually use the dash to get out of it, which was a little bit unfortunate. He probably didn't have a dash left in his back pocket anyway, or else he would have done anyway. But looks like the Payload will be going in favour of Violent. Now just pushing on forward, have actually switched things up to the double Pavo setup instead of the double dash, so We'll have to see how this is going to favour them in comparison to the double dash composition they had previously.
And this is the point we were highlighting beforehand for the poor guys. You know, they love to counter their opponents. They have this deep pool of heroes they love to play. And as soon as the story came to defending, they instantly switched up to that double Pavo now. And of course, obviously as well, you know, having those shields allows for an easier time pushing the payload forward. Though Dash here does a great job of putting at least one of the Pavos off of the payload. That is Mother's having to fight for his life there. Still has managed to reset himself. Even has to pick up the black hole, just trying to create the perfect timing for it. There we go. The Nick F will fall. And that means Dash needs to fall back here, needs to reset, tries to dodge the bullet, and does an amazing job. But Norbert says, enough is enough. Here's the knife.
That literally, the last rocket skimmed her toes almost. I don't even know how that even didn't count, even explode onto her. But it doesn't matter. He managed to finish off the melee, as you rightly mentioned. It's Madness now is just trying to back away a little bit. But Normal is also just underneath. He's trying to get a little bit more damage done if he can, because he ran out of rocket ammo at the time. Just trying to go on in with Nick with the Tyrant now to try and see if he can clean up Madness. But looks like he'll be able to stay alive for the time being. Ends up being a trade in the end between Madness and Nick. But Norba, though, should be okay here, considering the amount of rockets he has left, and also he's able to stab and melee back his opponent anyway. So finally, we can see a bit of objective efficiency, finally getting on further towards Violent side on the map.
And the Nick F here as well defensively has taken that Sony. I presume he's going to try and see if he can set up some turrets down here, but he needs to make sure he can stay alive long enough as the first turret is coming out. But I feel like it's going to be taken care of very shortly. That is the story, and the poor guy's so close to scoring a point right now. That is going to be the case, even though Dash does manage to get the double elimination at the end there, as the announcer says. So 3 minutes left for Team Violent to score a point back. Otherwise, the poor guys are going to run away with a point in this map.
That was so close as well, considering both Pavos are weak, but if you've got two of your opponents in the payload and you're on your own, it's still going to continue moving. This is going to be the issue here. As Normal has taken a huge amount of damage, but his teammate Madness managed to come out just in a nick of time with that bubble shield and the armor to it as well. But having a few issues here, as literally both of them are going to get taken down here. There's going to be some stunts back and forth. With the black hole being able to help in hand there. But look at the amount of health Norba still has. And he didn't really engage too much either. Madness now just aiming for that rocket to see if he comes from straight above. But Nick is directly behind him. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to put a stop to this here, considering the health difference in comparison. They have a much bigger stack for what we can see here, but it looks like Poor Girls will be able to take that quite comfortably in the second half of that game. Now 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, whilst that first push was a bit dicey on the side of the Poor Guys, the second one was definitely a lot more convincing. They seem to find their rhythm and the way how to chain those rockets together as well. Also using different type of rocket launchers, so ones do have homing missiles in them, meaning that they do follow your opponent a bit, versus the other ones shooting straight forward. So they kind of have all projectiles covered. Though I must say, like as you said before, you know, Dash jumping literally in the face of Pavos, somehow dodging triple rockets at the same time is just kind of weird to see how those absolutely do not connect. So far so good, I would say, for the Poor Guys, leading 2-1 in the best of 5 series, meaning that the next payload map is a crucial win for Team Violent if they want to be a contender in the grand finals and take us to game number 5. So game number 4 almost on the way here for Team Violent as well. I guess it's just a matter of just making sure, be like, okay, listen, like trying to push our agenda doesn't really seem to work here. Just continue to try to counter us. So either reply with the same or somehow look for answers in counters there, because right now the Sony defensively didn't really work out, right? You pick up Sony, you still have that cooldown before you can start deploying those turrets, and that seems to be a bit of an issue right now for Team Violent.
Yeah, the problem is if you can't even get your turret in place and alive long enough and you're not really getting much use out of it in terms of damage, that's when you've got to think twice about what you want to do here. I know that you get the opportunity to put 2 turrets down, but if you can't even get one set up, that's definitely a cause for concern here. We're going to see exactly what composition we're going to witness straight off the bat. Is depending on the circumstances here, if they are going to have a double Paro, double Dash, it's all in the works at the moment, and we do see a dash and hand-to from Violent. We're going to see if that does change. It doesn't look like it's going to, but a double hand-to coming up from Poor Guys here, as they don't really need to use too much early on. Both these teams are going to look to just try and pick up as much armor as possible before forcing that engagement. And of course, the payload does take 30 seconds to spawn, as Norberg got caught with his pants down there, as he's just taken down quite comfortably, considering the circumstances he put himself in, but still got 10 seconds left until that payload spawns.
Yeah, so still time to reset, but Mothers needs to be careful here. He cannot lose his life so early on into the fight before the payload spawns. Now it's on the map and in play. Quick pickups being used from both sides, and already we can see a switch up on the side of the poor guys. One of the Pavos is already out and in play. Both players incredibly low health on the side of the poor guys. Need to be careful. It is a 1-to-1 trade and a pickup being used in the form of the super weapon, and unfortunately for Norbertux, he finds absolutely no one. At the end of the day, he's still on low health. And Mothers now comes in with huge rockets. Once again, it's a double Pavo setup now. They found it successful once already with it. Let's see if they can do it again. Very low health on both of the players on the side of Violent. Actually, Dash will fall, and it's a matter of resetting themselves.
Yeah, they just used a double hand to set up just to try and do as much damage as they can before the payload spawns and then switch to the double Pavo, which is good strategy so far, and it does throw them off a little bit because they're not really too sure what to expect and how they're going to counter it either. As the Battleship does come up in play, just replenishing their armor whilst re-engaging in this fight. Is Dash now looking to try and stay alive. Nick is there also, but the Battleship does come up for the side of the poor guys now. Nick looking to try and push the objective away from them whilst trying to take him down at the same time. But this is looking very good until that last situation happened, but the Thunder Spear isn't going to do any damage, sadly. And with it being a 2v1 situation, he needs to try and get at least one trade before his teammate does come by, but it looks like they could be going in single fire. He can't stay alive long enough to be able to put a stop to that payload, and poor guys will be up 1-0 early on.
Yeah, it's a similar story this time around. Around the 4-minute mark, the poor guys do manage to get that push through. And yet again, 4 minutes on the clock for a team of Violent to answer with something. So ideally, they would like to find a nicely timed pickup on the opposing side to eliminate at least one of the players so they can have that opportunity of pushing the payload forward. But the double Pavo setup is just continuously a problem here. Nice stun coming out of Dash there, using Katana to make eliminate the enemy till the very end. Super weapon also picked up, is going to be launched, but a nice evasion maneuver there from Norbert to stay alive and still in contention of this payload.
And still manages to stay alive, valuing his life to his best of his ability here, but they've got to be careful though, as the Arcs has come out for the Son of Poor guys. They've got to be careful with the exosuit once he does transform. And I think he's going to be saving this for the last moments to force them to have to engage him in that exosuit. But in the end, he gets cleaned up anyway, so we don't even need to talk about that yet, as both players at Poor guys have been getting taken down, and now this is a window of opportunity again now for Violent to finally push that objective onto their side. And this is probably the first time or the furthest we've seen the payload go to Poor guys' side of the map.
Actually, yeah, so now it's a matter of making sure if you can grab quickly those armors, because the next big engagement is on its way from both directions. Mothers finds the big connection that he was looking for, and that means that they'll be able to jump back on the payload and get it away from their gates and make sure they can push it further. Now, I think the exosuit is also ready to be launched any second now. So, of course, as soon as that engagement comes through, you can be sure that Mothers will pop it. There it is, but gets deleted in the process.
He certainly does, and it looks like his teammate's going to follow suit here, but in the end, though, they're just trying to play the defensive game here just to try and keep him from scoring at this point. But Norba now just trying to play defensive in order just to try and wait for his teammate to come back on a respawn. Both are still trying to go by, still back and forth. His Dash is very weak, but Nick needs to make sure to stand at the front line to consume that damage to keep this fight going in that bait and switch scenario. And the problem is Nick does have that black hole. He can definitely put a stop to this, or at least do enough damage and pressure in order to keep that objective on their side of the map.
Yeah, Nick F are definitely a good try, but unfortunately it didn't work out the way how he intended to. At the end of the day, also trapped his teammate a bit there, so it doesn't always work out in your favor. It don't matter. The poor guys back on the double Pavo setup got off the arcs. Didn't really seem to work out for them. There's just too much time before the exosuit is deployed and they get deleted in the process, so they need some different kind of approach and of course come back to what was working before. Now they have a decent amount of armors available. Shield as well should be available any second now. Dash trying to get up and close and personal. He uses that katana to get rid of the shield and rid of their opponents. Yet again, it seems to be a decent push coming through from the side of Violent. Unfortunately, it doesn't find a connection there with the black hole. Mothers is also going to fall, and that means that Violent technically are still in control of this payload, though they are down a point and only 1 minute is still remaining here, and it is a matter of win or lose right now. The poor guys are up 1 point in this series. Securing one more means that they will advance into the grand finals.
And the problem is for the poor guys, they're happy to take a trade constantly because it means the objective isn't going to get pushed in the slightest, but this is going to be the one chance Violent has in order to try and tie this up in game number 4, or else they will be out of the competition. And this looks like it's looking pretty good so far, unless they do have a Thunder Spear or a BH-19 in hand. I'm not too sure if they do. No, they don't. So it looks like this will go back and forth to try to put a stop to this objective. And it's looking pretty good, actually, so far for Violent. If they can just stay alive, but the Thunder Spear needs to be used now. If he does manage to... Oh, in the end, he does get pushed back. The Thunder Spear does miss. And look at this. The poor guys... Oh, again, a trade that Violent did not want. If they try and contest it for the overtime, that could be huge.
Yeah, Dash is forced to use both of her dash cooldown abilities to try and get to the payload, but it's just simply too far away. A huge connection here, and it is going to be the poor guys making into the grand finals, winning the series as well in a 3-1 fashion. Definitely a close match between these two teams. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, I feel like it was a bit of that stubbornness of not willing to switch really up the heroes that are being used on the side of Violent. We saw time and time again the poor guys just trying different kind of setups. You can see the teams as well congratulating each other. And, you know, as you said, initially going for the double hunter setup, up and close and personal, switching into double Pavos, even throwing an Arcs in the mix. Like, they threw everything at it as long as they can get that point, and they did so as well in a great fashion.
Yeah, I think the Arcs pick would have been very good if the objective was on their opponent's side of the map, because then you can use the exosuit, and even though it lasts for 7 seconds, your opponents, they have no choice. They have to engage, or else you're going to lose it, and it's going to be a guaranteed loss. So I like the little strategies they have here in terms of the combinations they like to use in terms of the compositions they brought to the table. There's a lot of strategies involved. The hand to at the start, I'm not really too sure what that's all about. I don't know if that's just to basically keep them away from... not for the payload, because obviously it takes like 30 seconds to spawn anyway, but just to at least do enough damage in terms of like the lack of armor they'll have in order to go forward. But it does mean we do have our grand final set up and ready. Beavers versus the poor guys. I don't know what you think in terms of predictions and see how this is going to go, but this should be a very interesting affair indeed.
Absolutely. So both semi-finals have concluded in 3-1 fashion. So far, it looks like we have found the two best teams in our finals day here in SquadBlast Clash for a cash tournament. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will need to prepare for the grand final. That means you will need some time to prepare once again those snacks and drinks to make sure you have the best viewing experience. And we'll try to provide you the best listening experience. And in the meantime, we'll go for a brief intermission. When we come back, it's going to be grand finals time.
colliding. We shared the pieces of ourselves, it's perfect timing now. We fueled the flames, but we're still learning to trust, learning to trust. It's never enough, never enough. Burning me up, burning me up. Don't fight the fire, too much too fast to burn us out. We walk the wire, love. Don't make me read your mind, I know it. Learning to trust, learning to trust. It's never enough, never enough. Burning me up, burning me up. I won't fall when I'm picking you up. With my hand, I won't be strong enough. Our love is stronger, and I'll be here. My lead, now we're taking the jump. My pride, 'cause I know you're the one. Our love is stronger. Baby, I know that it's stronger than yesterday. That it's stronger than yesterday. Two sparks igniting. We left some space for us to breathe. My head is quiet now. I can rest in peace, 'cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Feeling the rush, feeling the rush. Burning in love, burning in love. Two souls united. This roaring blaze is soaring free. If you ever get tired, love, I'll sing you gently to sleep, 'cause you're still more than enough, more than enough. Feeling the rush, feeling the rush. Burning in love, burning in love. I won't fall when I'm picking you up. With my hand, I won't be strong enough. Our love is stronger, and I'll be here. My lead, now we're taking the jump. My pride, 'cause I know you're the one. Our love is stronger. Baby, I know that it's stronger than yesterday. And if you see me falling apart, I want you keep me out of the dark, out of the dark, out of the dark, out of the dark. And hold on, learn to love you all of the day, 'cause it's so much more than yesterday, than yesterday. All that you had done would be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you and I would be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you and I would be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you.
Welcome back, dear viewers. It is the SquadBlast's Clash for Cash Tournament Finals Day, and it is Grand Finals time here in Goexanimo Studios, alongside with the Gaming Room, where the final teams are setting themselves up. My name is Renars, and alongside with me is Harry. And Harry, let me know how it's been so far today.
It's just been an incredible day so far. A lot of the games have gone to the wire, even in the group stages. We've seen some high-level skill, play, counters, everything you name it. It's been a real huge skill ceiling which has been established here in terms of the meta as well. And it's great to see so early on in terms of its life expectancy.
Yeah, very true. You know, we just a week ago we started off with 20 teams participating here. We've narrowed it down now to the top 2 teams, and it's all on the line now between Beavers and the poor guys who have made it into the grand finals. Now, obviously, we need to make sure that these guys have the best circumstances for themselves in order to fight for the grand prize of 1,000 euros in the top 8 teams being distributed, as well as the teams are fighting for a trophy and medals on top of it. And UltraHorse has given us a hint that the top players will also get in-game memorabilia in their name. So that is something to hold on to and leave some legacy behind as well. So great to see the developers getting involved, so much so, and also providing us with an amazing esports scene already so early, in the very early stages of the game, right? It's not even out yet. It's still in the beta stage, so still a lot new and exciting things to come. And speaking about new things, you know, there's also new viewers here, so I feel like it is worth going through the game mechanics just once again, so everyone is in line of what's about to go down. So once again, you can see that there's a total of 7 heroes that can be used, and those are divided into different classes depending on what kind of weaponry they use. We get to see rocket launchers, not so much, but still grenade launchers are a possibility. Shotguns, we've seen plenty of those today, as well as assault rifles, and no sniper rifles so far in the day, but hey, everything can change at the grand finals.
Certainly could indeed. You know, we haven't seen any Likers, but we might do in the future. Maybe not in this tournament, maybe the next. We'll have to see. We have to go for the shooting advancement and special ability. So, of course, projectile base, so to worry and think more about your aim skill alone. Advanced movement, we've seen a lot of crouch sliding, double jump, wall jump. I haven't seen any rocket jumps. I want to see a bit more of that, hopefully, at some stage, one way or another. And special abilities to really help counteract a lot of the situations that occur depending on the maps and circumstances as well. And we've seen a lot of that as well, especially from a couple of these teams here throughout the entirety of this LAN finals.
Yeah, and the different circumstances are being provided also by different game modes. We have 3 in total currently. One is Conquest, where teams are fighting for control over the crystal in the middle of the map. The first team securing 100 points to secure the win on that map. The next type is Payload, where you have to push the card from start to finish, and the first team to secure those 2 points in this map also obtain a win in the series. And the final game mode, which we are yet to see, and I really hope it goes all the way today now in the grand finals, the team deathmatch mode, where you have to eliminate the enemy, and the first team to reach 10 eliminations wins.
And we had a wide variety of map pool and game types as well, as you've rightly mentioned. And we do have that recovery process with the pickups such as the health, armor, speed, and ammo. But they're just the little treats here and there. We've got the special pickups as well with the Thunder Spear, the BH-19, or the Black Hole, as people like to call it. And we do have that beast mode power, which was heavily abused in that last series in the first couple of games. It was absolute chaos, carnage, mayhem. Yes. Any wording in terms of that, in terms of my vocabulary, you saw it there with that beast mode. It was just incredible what they were doing with that beast mode as well, taking it to full abuse, full effect, and you can just see overall in terms of what we can bring to the table here for SquadBlast. It's been a really good showing so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely, showing every single trick of the trade. Now looking here at the playoff bracket, you can see how it all went down just a few minutes ago. So coming up from that upper bracket of the playoffs, Beavers do manage to secure the win in a 3-1 fashion over Team Cookie, even though, as you said behind the scenes as well, Harry, you know, the result definitely doesn't represent how the games went down. You know, it was definitely a very close affair between these two. Beavers, though, the story of two brothers, getting through the grand finals, one 14 years of age, the other 20, and the youngest one is actually calling the shots.
He's the ITL.
It's just like, what a better combination to ask for. And same, well, a slightly different story, but still, you know, coming down from the lower bracket there, the poor guys fighting in a very, very close battle with a team of Violent. The Conquest maps were absolute chaos, as you mentioned, you know, the beast mode being picked up and passed on.
It was spicy.
So many times, and we have made our way onto the grand finals. Now on your screens as well, you can see the players already in place. So what do you think are their thoughts running through their head now that everything's on the line?
Well, the fact they've got technically played against each other again, I'm sure they're from the same group, aren't they? So they will have to match each other once more, because I remember Cookie, they were the first place team in Group A. Beavers were able to take them down. Of course, you know, both series in the semi-finals were 3-1, but I can tell you now that the scores did not reflect from what we witnessed throughout the entirety of each and every one of those games. And you also pointed out, we haven't seen a TDM yet. This could be the first time we see a TDM, so we're just to see what strategies they use going into a TDM. It's going to be completely different compared to the objective-based modes we had previously. But going to the first, which I assume would be Conquest anyway, we're going to see exactly what's going to turn out in front of. They're going to use the same compositions they have in the past and what we're comfortable with, or we're going to change things up massively.
Absolutely. You know, it is a best-of-5 series, so 3 wins are required to crown yourself king. This is the final series of the day. Everything is on the line here. The guys as well have traveled far and from beyond across the country to get to the gaming room to experience these LAN finals, and everything's on the line. I hope no nerves, no jitterness comes into play here. We want to see the game at the very maximum level being played out between these two teams, and hopefully afterwards we'll also be able to steal a few words from the winners, you know, just to hear what their background story is about the game, how they really got involved, like what was the preparation process like. I cannot really imagine, like I know some of these teams have been putting in crazy hours into the game.
Oh, they certainly have done. We've seen it clear as day here from what we saw so far, and you can see their experience, and they've established in their own meta at this stage with the character choices they're having and how they actually engage their opponents for this objective. So this is the grand finals, first game in this best of 5. We're kicking off with Conquest straight away. It looks like we've got a double Pavo setup coming up on one side, and we do have the Pavo on the dash on the side of Poor Guys. So we'll have to see exactly how it's going to pan out for them. We've not seen them come up against a double Pavo setup themselves, but saying that they've actually Beavers switched to a hand to last second. And speaking of the hand to, it does get taken down straight away. Joker just looking to try to stay alive, not for much longer though, and looks like Poor Guys will get the score very early on this Conquest game.
Yeah, it's just getting that first fight out of the way. That's really where you can settle yourself in and start to come back into this game. Good damage being dealt by Joker, also popping that shield. They need to make sure they can deal with Mothers here sooner or later. They cannot allow him to reset because the chamber is going to be opening soon as well, when you all already know what is going to be happening. Absolute chaos will ensue here. Now, so far, still close engagements. Electronic doing an amazing job of staying alive and pushing his opponents off the point, but already 30 points accumulated here by the Poor Guys, and Mothers will eventually lose out on his health there.
Sadly, they do have to give up the objective, but you've got to remember, Beavers are still very weak from that previous bout, but they're going to dive straight on in for that beast mode. But how do you know it? Matters goes there straight away with the dash, which is the main reason why he selected dash, so he can pick it up nice, quick, and easily, depending on how this is going to go. But so far, so good for Poor Guys. They're currently up 35 to 13. They are going to keep switching this beast mode up, and we're going to see how Beavers are going to deal with it. We saw how the previous team dealt with it with Violent, and now we're going to see how they're going to deal with it this time round. It looks like Mardus now is going to try and abuse that to the best of his ability. Remember, he's using the Frenzy, not the Tyrant, so he does have a little bit of range with that shotgun. And of course the after damage as well, but he's going to throw it straight back to Norbus now, and he's going to see if it can do the same. But remember, that one rocket hit, with how weak both these players are so far, it's not going to do him any favours.
Yeah, exactly. Electronic needs to be very careful here on how he wants to approach this. They need to pop their bubbles because the beast mode is coming in, and that frenzy just does absolute wonders for the Poor Guys, as they're currently already leading by 60 points at the moment, and Norbertus now again is going to pick up that passed on beast mode. I think there is also another super weapon available at the very bottom, so maybe Beavers need to think about seeing if they can obtain it to try and change the tides of the game here. They need to force a reset out of the Poor Guys, and so far having a hard time doing so, because again able to quickly reset using that beast mode. The Poor Guys are in a strong lead.
And you see him going to pass it straight back over once again. There's still a lot of armor downstairs in that basement. Another beast mode has appeared, and the Thunder Spear is also there, which I just saw a quick glimpse of. But this is looking so solid from Poor Guys already. They can't really figure out a way to try and counter this up so far, but they've got 2 beast modes now. But in the end, it don't matter. The damage has already been done. 124 in this first game in this grand final, which will be going in the way of Poor Guys.
Yeah, you saw there as well at the left side of your screen, Electronic slightly shaking his head when it was around like the 85-point mark, saying like there's nothing you can do really, like you can't get back into the game. Mother's just too quick to jump the gun using the beast mode, using the fire rate, and with the after effect of burning on top of it, it's just impossible to get back into the fight. So probably a bit of a discussion needs to be held there on the side of Beavers to see like what they would like to switch up, because clearly a switch up is probably going to be required here. Can't even think of right now what should be required. Probably just a matter of mirroring the opposition and see if they can essentially do the same to them, because that's really the only thing that worked there previously as well, like back in the semifinals when Violent was doing it. That's really the only thing that was keeping things even.
Well, the problem is with the fact that they got a dash on the poor guy's side, so they're going to get that beast mode every single time first without fail, and then they're going to repeatedly pass it on to each other.
Yeah.
So I think a dash is absolutely vital at this point. It needs to happen, and then they need to have early preparation for them in order to try and pick that up before anyone on poor guy does manage to pick, because Marder's just abused that to no end every single time. Because for his teammate on the Pavo side, for I think it was Norbus at the time, like, he doesn't really get to use it too much. There's not really much effect for him with the beast mode. He's basically just keeping the beast mode activated in order to pass it back on every time.
Yeah, he just holds on to it, and that's all he does. He's like a placeholder, right?
Yeah,
like,
here you go, have it back, it's fine.
And then, there you go, you can have that. All right, I actually, now thinking about it, this beast mode pass-on strategy, whatever we're going to call it, like, I feel like this is one of the very first cheese strategies that we might have here on a Conquest map. So cool to see already small nuances like that developing here. In the meantime, though, Joker is able to open up strongly here with a nice double elimination onto the poor guys, and that's going to allow Beavers to accumulate some crucial points already from the get-go.
Yeah, you can see already Mardus we'll be able to pick up that objective nicely. Remember, the basement doesn't actually open up until after the first minute of this map. Electronic's the only one left remaining. We'll be using that bubble shield as... Oh, well, I thought he was going to use that bubble shield, but decided not to in the end. But at least he'll be able to take out Mardus in the end, so to speak. So we're going to be a 2v1 scenario here. This Norbus is just looking to try and stay alive the best he can and just try and keep his distance. But he's done a fair amount of damage in the meantime whilst being able to pull back. But Mardus is going straight on in. If he takes him out now, that's going to be so crucial, because you've got to remember, basement is going to open up in the next 10 seconds. If he takes out Electronic, that would be huge, and possibly a free beast mode and power weapon for themselves in their hands.
Yeah, I feel like he just absolutely needs to stay on the gates. It's actually going to be Joker trying to go for that beast mode, but already, as expected, the dash is there first. And in this grand finals, this is an absolutely crucial twist of events right now, as now, it's the same old story. Norbert is just holding on to it, can try and dish out some damage before Mother's response. He needs to fall back here, needs to make sure that he can pass on that beast mode to his teammate. He does exactly that, and it feels like an absolute rerun of the previous match right now, as Mother's just continuously being a nuisance here. Can even try and see if he can get the second elimination as well. That comes out on top. And Norbertus, as mentioned before, just holding on to the beast mode, making sure that his teammate will have a chance to use it again. Joker, though, kind of hoping that there is a super weapon respawn. Unfortunately, not just yet. Goes into invisible mode and see if he can perhaps try and eliminate Mothers here.
Yeah, he's doing his best at the moment. Still able to get that beast mode, but finally being dropped. And now Beavers are going to have to try and take advantage of it here. Because now it's just backing away for now. Again, with the beast mode, you can pick up the objective a lot more quickly and efficiently in comparison. And this side is going to be dropping down, and he was thinking about picking up the armor first, but realised that he had to literally just go straight on in and stop that from happening. But it does get cleaned up in the meantime anyway. 57 to 22 in favour of poor guys here.
Yeah, so far so good for the poor guys, as Electronic now, together with his brother, is going to make a push for it yet again. Beast mode has been obtained by Mothers. Jumping onto the point is going to be instantly pushed away from it as well. Good job. Super weapon is going to be used by Norbertus. Does manage to get an elimination, actually 2 in the process. And it does seem to be that the poor guys, at least for the time being, are slightly running away with it.
They certainly are indeed. And it looks like they're going to continue running away with it if they have that beast mode in hand the entire time. 80 to 28 is literally passed it straight over to poor guys. They switched, Dash is actually now switched over to the hand to now, and it managed to clean that up beautifully. I think that's going to potentially be their last attack here, but they're just going to pass the beast mode on just in case something may occur depending on the circumstances. But it's looking very good so far. A nice lot of damage as he come up on the respawn. But he won't be able to pass over as of yet. They're just going to literally just finish this up, and it looks like it will be cleaned up quite nicely. Anyway, he's going to try and use that stab, but he just stabs him out. No, he does not. He wasn't able to do that in the end, but poor guy's now already up 2-0 in his best of 5 grand final. And again, another convincing lead there, 100 to 28.
Yeah, it seems to be the name of the game for Mothers. Both using Tyrant or also the shotgun with incendiary rounds, just continuously being an absolute nuisance in the side of Beavers. Yeah. And that means that everything is already on the line for Beavers in the grand finals. It is absolutely crucial they win this next payload round. Actually, they need to win 2 payload rounds to even take us to game number 5.
They need to win every game at this point.
It's a reverse sweep required for them to win the grand finals. But thinking about it, what a story it would be. Getting into the grand finals, being 2 games down, getting a reverse sweep and getting a win. I think that's the absolute Cinderella story for Beavers if they manage to do it, because, again, on payload, you don't have the beast mode available, so the poor guys cannot abuse this and cannot continuously pass it on. It's a lot larger map, and I feel like that's where Beavers really are going to shine a bit more. They're going to feel more confident. We already saw it once in the semifinals how they were playing this map. Nice, cool, collected. They had a clear idea in mind about like when they want to push, how they want to do it, and it's going to be a more affair of like over control of the resources overall and making sure that everything around them is nice and safe. Yeah,
the power-up abuse is what heavily won them that matchup, and because they had the dash, they're going to pick up first every single time without fail. But the only way they could have got around that, it was a mirror matchup. That's the only thing they could have done. You could use the hand to use invisibility to go down, but if dash is already picked up, that's it. That's lights out. You're curtain call, basically. Exactly. So sadly, they didn't make that composition change, but I think you're right. This time round, I do feel like there is a lot of room for a reverse sweep. There's absolutely no reason why they can't. The only problem is now is the fact that what's their mental state like? What's the mental fortitude like going into this?
We saw Electronic getting a bit emotional as well there. And of course, being the youngest out of all, you really want to have that story of just getting to the first finals. Who knows, might have probably first finals of his life as well in terms of like esports.
First of many, maybe, we don't know.
First of many could be the case, and hopefully it is going to be, but obviously getting all those factors in and being a bit worried, I think that's where the eldest brother needs to step up and see if they can step up here as we are jumping into game number 3, what could be potentially last here for Beavers, but hopefully not, as I am still waiting for that team deathmatch game mode, and that means we need to go all the way.
Certainly have to, indeed. And there's, like I said, there's no reason why they can't. As long as they're not too disappointed with their performance in those first 2 games, we could be seeing something special here. And like you said before, what a great way to say if you could win this tournament in a reverse sweep in the grand final. It's not often in any of the esports space you see that in terms of an occurrence. So it's quite rare, but when you do see it, it's something spectacular and something magical at the same time. It's Electronic now just having to back away. Joker is with him though, so it's not going to be too much of a detriment here. As you can see now, both players and Paul guys have actually dropped down from down below. They're going for the strategy they used before, where they're both using the hand to at the very beginning. They're already ready early for that payload to spawn in the next 5 seconds. Also, you've got to be keeping track of that power weapon as well, depending on what it is going to be. But they're both coming from behind, trying to sandwich their opponents. Very even in terms of the stacks so far from both of these players. Will it be able to clean up Joker? It looks like Norbus should be able to, or is trying to, so to speak, but it looks like he ran out of ammo during that occasion. But I did see one of the players on Porco's picking up that BH-19 to use as soon as they get the opportunity now to be able to make an impact with it and push this payload further.
Oh no, but he captures Norbertus into the black hole there. Now it should be an easy affair for Beavers to get rid of Mothers here, to get the payload pushed back in their favor, as Mothers just being a continuous nuisance and in the thorn, absolute thorn in the side of Beavers, as they even managed to get an elimination. And Electronic needs to be careful here. That's where the nerves are really going to come into play already. Could this be the very first point on this payload map? Just a minute into the game and already so close to scoring and really putting backs against the wall for Beavers.
And there we have it. That's going to be the first payload going in for Poor Guys here. And you saw Mardos earlier was actually prioritizing the armor whilst the payload was being pushed. So good chance of actually being proactive on that side of things already. 4 minutes and 20 left though, as Mardos now just pick up some of the armor. Is now going to be re-engaging once again with one of the players from Beavers. Norbus is also there now. They are going to continue sticking with his hand to setup, which is understandable. It's been working for them so far. Might as well continue what works. If it doesn't work for them, of course, they can change to that double Pavo setup as well.
Yeah, the Tyrant doing absolute wonders right now for the double Hantu setup, but getting so close and utilizing that damage per second being dealt in such a high rate. Obviously, it is a bit of a problem right now for the side of Beavers. Both players are going to fall, and it could be one of the final resets that we managed to get to see here. Will this actually be a 3-0 grand final, seeing how semifinals went? I thought this is going to be a closer affair, and Beavers still have all the opportunities to prove us wrong.
They certainly do indeed. And the problem is, with both of them using the Hantu as well, using that cloak ability to get into the face of these Pavo players, it's going to be very tough for them indeed. And then literally they're just going to stick with the setup at the moment in terms of their composition. As Mardos now is going to try and clean up Joker if we can, and if he does, that will be huge for him. But the good thing for Joker is the fact that as he's continuing this engagement, he's pushing his payload back.
Yeah, and it also gives time for Electronic to come in and allow his brother to reset. Norbertux, though, comes in up and close and personal yet again with that Tyrant. So Joker needs to be careful here, needs to stay alive, wait a few more seconds before Electronic is back into the game. Another knife elimination coming through. Invisibility coming into the back. Mothers, watch out. I think they spotted him. And so much damage being dealt here, trying to disrupt any movement of the payload towards the direction of the poor guys' map. A good exchange of eliminations coming their way and in favor of the poor guys. Just another few seconds here. The payload won't make it too far, as obviously it's being pushed a bit slower when only one player is on it. Still, though, a switch-up.
Yeah, a switch-up was definitely required, and I think switching to Hanzo themselves is going to be huge for them. And I think that Pavo Hanzo setup is going to help him out massively here as they continue on putting on the pressure. Again, Tyrant's back and forth. As you can see, Poor Guys now looking a lot better from what we've seen previously. We know that they've been pushing onto the side of Beavers already, objective-wise, but this is going to be their potential last chance to stop this push. Pushing with the hand to now with the cloak, is going to come in to try and take him by surprise. Good use of the rockets as well, but the only problem is the fact that Madness is still going to keep the distraction away from the payload, but Norbers is also coming from behind with the hand to as well. Will he be able to take down Electronic? Yes, he does. There's only Joker left standing. It's going to be a 2v1 scenario here. Will be able to do it and be able to push his back. If he doesn't stay alive, he's going to be in some real trouble. And we'll be able to put that second to last payload in. That's going to be it. The Poor Guys win the Clash for Cash SquadBlast Championship here for the LAN Finals. Congratulations to them, and we've been witnessing them all day long, how well they've been performing from the get-go, and what a way to start things off for themselves in the esports scene for SquadBlast.
Absolutely smashing it, getting through groups in a 3-0 fashion, 3-1 in the semi-finals to make it into the grand finals. And there you can see it, handshakes around the board. An amazing job from the Poor Guys, and a great showing as well from Beavers. You know, the brothers' story, they made it into the grand finals, no less. You know, second place is no easy feat as well to achieve. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have our champions on your screen, ready to achieve the goodies, grabbing on to the title, to the trophy, and of course getting those juicy medals as well on top. And you can be sure to watch out for, as I said, in-game memorabilia in the form of weaponry. Let's see how that will pan out in the near future. Obviously getting some money prize on the side as well, and overall very happy to hear from the players themselves as well. Hopefully the players can hear us. Hello, and can you say something?
Hello, we can hear you, yeah.
There we go, happy day. So the players are on the board. Well, gents, I mean, it's been an amazing day so far. Can you briefly describe how it all went down today, and what are your emotions like right now?
It went well for us. We figured out a new strat today that worked out against Paavo and all those who played Dash and Hantu, and we're feeling amazing now.
Fair play.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys must be feeling incredible. You literally only dropped a couple of maps throughout the entirety of today's LAN finals. Incredible stuff, of course, again. And what do you enjoy about SquadBlast so far? I've noticed that you've been digging deep in terms of the meta, how it's been established in itself, but what have you been enjoying about the game so far? Not just this weekend, but previously leading up to this tournament.
For me, I think it's more interesting because we can play against other players. It's more interesting against other players than playing against the bots, what happens most of the time. When there are online players, we enjoy playing against them because they are stronger opponents for us. Yeah.
All right, and I just wanted to touch slightly also on the subject of just getting prepared for the tournament. Was like, how would you say was the preparation process for you guys as well? Like, as soon as you started the game, did you feel like, you know, it's a matter of just getting as much hours in as possible, or was there some special kind of preparation process for you?
No, it wasn't to get most of the grind all day. We played in our free time. We called each other on Discord on free time. And we played a couple games, completed quests, took a little break between if we got bored, if there wasn't any player playing, like they went offline, and we came back later and saw opponent, and we played, yeah.
Okay, well, I can assume that if there is going to be any tournaments in the near future, we're probably going to see you guys, right?
Yes, for sure.
We
right.
thought so. We can't keep you away, can we?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, obviously, you know, it's been a long-fought day and a very well-deserved victory. Is there any shout-outs that you want to give? You can feel so to do so in Latvian as well, if that's what you're more comfortable. Both of you guys.
Okay. First of all, we want to shout out to Funface TV, Latvian influencer, because those were the ones who believed in us, saw potential in us. When we played against them, they were amazed by our skill, that we destroyed them in the game, and they were really amazed. And yeah.
All right.
Čau, mámo. Es uzzināju, jā. Zasālu.
All right, nice, short and simple. Okay, guys, well, thank you so much for participating. I'm sure we're going to hear more things from you, and definitely people watch out for these two on the leaderboards. Strong contenders show today that they know all the nooks and crannies already the game provides. Even you heard it yourself, right? Finding new strategies during the tournament. What better ways than to play this final out?
Yeah, definitely. I think when you're playing a new game, especially in this infancy at the moment, you can be the ones to create the meta, to create or establish it in some way or another. And when we looked back, remember the double hand two play, we thought, oh, they're going to switch to double pav at some point. But no, it did work extremely well for them. They have a high skill ceiling. They've got the aim skill to boot as well as the strategies behind it. And that's why there was such a strong force to contend with.
Exactly. So we started the day with the top 8 teams from the qualifying round. Back then, we even had the whole 20, and we finished ending up with only the poor guys coming out on top. Definitely not poor anymore, you know.
No.
Having a trophy, having medals, some cash on the side, and some in-game goodies from UltraHorse. What a better end of the day to ask for than this kind of a result. So, ladies and gentlemen, I must say, like, it has been an absolutely amazing experience. First time having actually the honor of seeing this game involved in such an early stage and being involved in as well from a casting perspective. I must say it's like quite crazy game to cast, just in the sense of just how many hectic things are happening. How's it been for you?
It's been incredible. Like, I'm just happy with the skill ceiling we've seen reached and how it's peaked for a lot of these teams as well. Absolutely, and how well this LAN finals has occurred and appeared. And then nice to see that a lot of these people are enjoying the game inside and outside the game as well, and just enjoying the tournament environment of it and the esports side of it. Because you've got to remember, it's still in its infancy, and the fact that this is like a tournament where we've seen a great level of skill across the board, I look forward to see exactly how things will pan out for the future of SquadBlast.
I think it's only the way up afterwards. So I think that is going to be it for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually do have an important announcement. We will see SquadBlast in January, so stay tuned for that. But until now, a huge thank you for tuning in. Make sure you leave the cast for your favorites somewhere down below in the comments or in the chat. And in the meantime, I hope you're going to have a great reminder of the weekend. I know the poor guys definitely will have their celebratory moments behind the scenes. So thank you guys for tuning in, and until January.